Oh, good afternoon, friends. Sorry we getting a little bit of a late start today, but it's important to be online. I totally forgot that the lint uh, laundry cleaning vent people were going to come, so that has concluded, and I highly recommend that you have that done as well. There are people, um, their job is to go and stick like a snake tool up into the tube that goes from your dryer, like your washer and dryer. It goes from your dryer to the exterior of your home. It's supposed to just vent the hot air and the moisture. But there is a design flaw. Hey, Az, welcome. There is a design flaw in nearly every, perhaps every dryer in the United States where lint builds up inside the dryer no matter how often you clean the lint trap. What this does is it accumulates in the tube and the vents, and it creates basically an extremely flammable lining of lint. Lint is very flammable. A lot of people collect it and for survival kits, and if they need to start a fire in an emergency, all they do is spark, 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 and lint is a mixture of cotton fibers usually, and petroleum plastic that gets woven into our clothing. If you ever heard of things like nylon, or everything from fake fur to microfiber, it's all mostly universally petroleum plastic. So yes, Think Chair will be going to Ventura County in just a second. I'm finishing the very last of my sandwich. But the number one advice I can give to anybody right now, if you want to fireproof your home, is two things. We know that most homes are lost during a wildfire because embers enter the attic. It starts the fire from within the attic. So if you go to a hardware store, you can buy the specialized vents and install them. But if you don't have that time right now, the next best thing is buy sheets and rolls of very fine metal mesh. You can staple gun that excessively underneath all of your soffit vents. If a wildfire is coming your way, that shouldn't take too long, or maybe just for the season until you can get fireproof vents installed under your roof eaves and that go into your attic. And the second thing that you should do is clean out the lint tube from dryer to the exterior of your home. It may be extremely clogged, and I've noticed that they don't have openings that refuse embers. So it may be that many homes are burning down because these embers will just, even if they just lightly brush into the inside of that tube, it's going to start a raging fire that goes all the way to your laundry room, your garage, or wherever it is that your dryer is located. So if you have to evacuate, it might be a great idea. Leave a note for yourself, of course, that you did this because you don't want that dryer vent blocked when you use your laundry again. It's probably an excellent idea to staple gun a fine mesh around or attach it some way and block the way that embers could enter the vent. I'm going to watch a quick predictive services video, and we're going to go to Ventura County next, where there's a sentinel fire that seems to be spreading. Hey, Lowell Pearson, thank you for your kind support, and thank you for being here. So this will allow me to eat my sandwich real quick. Need blood sugar. And then we'll get right to it. Thanks for being here, guys. If you can, hit the like button. Let's get the like train going to allow other people to find us. Share the link to this video with friends and family and on your social media. That's the best way we can help others. We mostly get found by word of mouth. So after we go to figure out what the Sentinel Fire is doing, then we'll go check on the Darlene, what's happening in Eastern Oregon, what's happening in Fresno County, and the rest of California too. So here's the fire weather bulletin briefing from Predictive Services, the Pope, basically, of California's fire weather.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Friday, June 28, 2024. This morning's water vapor loop shows flat westerly flow aloft across North Ops. An upper-level trough can be seen extending from the southern Gulf of Alaska into the eastern Pacific, with a very dry mid and upper-level air mass further offshore to the south. Visible satellite imagery shows marine stratus extending into northern coastal valleys this morning, with patchy coastal stratus further south and sunny skies elsewhere. 500 millibar forecast maps show flat westerly flow aloft continuing over North Ops today. Upper-level ridging moving into the Great Basin this afternoon will strengthen tonight as troughing develops along the coast. The trough will move slowly inland across North Ops Saturday and Sunday as upper-level ridging strengthens to the west but remains offshore. Isolated to widely scattered mixed wet and dry thunderstorms are possible in northeast portions of the area Sunday afternoon and evening, favoring the Mount Lassen Convergence Zone vicinity and Modoc Plateau. Wind and relative humidity forecast graphics for early this morning show that locally breezy north-northwest to northeast winds developed through channel terrain areas last night, with broader areas of moderate to locally poor overnight relative humidity recoveries developing along slopes and ridges. Northerly winds gusting 15 to 20 miles an hour through portions of the Sacramento Valley will diminish by late morning, with mainly sea breeze and terrain-driven afternoon west-southwest to northwest winds locally gusting 15 to 25 miles an hour this afternoon. Inland minimum relative humidities will range from the upper single digits.
The VPN is on the fritz. So, I'm sorry, refresh. Let's see if it is fixed. If it's not the VPN, it could be my ISP. Just gonna wait for a second. YouTube's giving me an error. It was fine yesterday, wasn't it, friends? Okay, let me know if you can still hear me, for one thing, and if it's getting better. Let's do a speed test. Well, I just enabled debug logging, and hopefully I can submit this and they can figure out what the heck is going on. I pay a lot for fiber optic internet. Should have 500. No buffering anymore. Phew. Okay, it almost dropped the stream. So let me try a different gateway through the VPN. It usually has a better effect where it makes things more stable. So I'm going to try, call them in the middle of the night, just say, hey, I'm having issues with my stream, but it's very important. They go, well, let's fix it. And they sat there with me for 5 hours doing live customer support. All right. What about now? I've just reconnected. Hey, Brad, how you doing? Refresh the page. You can tell people that and chat. I'm just trying to eat the very last of my healthy sandwich here. Just let's wait for it to stabilize. Thanks for all for coming. Let me perform a quick speed test again on the back end. Okay. Through this gateway, we have at least 200 download megabits. Let's test the upload. 50. So that's a terrible, that is a terrible loss of bandwidth, but we do have only 25 milliseconds to San Francisco. So fingers crossed, guys. Maybe it's just something wrong with their Seattle servers or something. How is it now? Hey, Dr. Elephant. Not buffering anymore. Just let me know if there's any weird problems. I'm gonna let's rewind a little bit. I missed what they said about Lassen because I was readjusting my headset at the time. I thought they said thunderstorms, so we'll let's try again. And tell me if there's anything wrong, okay?
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Friday, June 28, 2024. This morning's water vapor loop shows flat westerly flow aloft across North Ops. An upper-level trough can be seen extending from the southern Gulf of Alaska into the eastern Pacific, with a very dry mid and upper-level air mass further offshore to the south. Visible satellite imagery shows marine stratus extending into northern coastal valleys this morning, with patchy coastal stratus further south and sunny skies elsewhere. 500 millibar forecast maps show flat westerly flow aloft continuing over North Ops today. Upper-level ridging moving into the Great Basin this afternoon will strengthen tonight as troughing develops along the coast. The trough will move slowly inland across North Ops Saturday and Sunday as upper-level ridging strengthens to the west but remains offshore. Isolated to widely scattered mixed wet and dry thunderstorms are possible in northeast portions of the area Sunday afternoon and evening, favoring the Mount Lassen Convergence Zone vicinity and Modoc Plateau. Wind and relative humidity forecast graphics for early this morning show that
Wait, sorry, I did it again. What about Lassen? I was looking away. My bad.
rapid warming and drying through the week.
That's horrible. Warming and drying throughout the week. Everybody's buying their fireworks, and it'll be one heck of a bumpy 4th of July weekend, it looks like. All we need is thunderstorms, man. That would be the cherry on top of this cake disaster.
Inland Wednesday and becoming centered overhead Thursday, bringing rapid warming and drying through the week. Further strengthening of the ridge is possible Friday and Saturday and may prolong heat wave conditions through the end of the week. Precipitation graphics for the same time period show dry conditions area-wide. Wind graphics show a general north to northwest wind pattern during the afternoons, with overnight through morning north to northeast winds bringing gusty conditions to channel terrain areas from the Cascade Sierra Crest westward through the first half of the week. Relative humidities will lower significantly as the strong ridge becomes established, with strengthening overnight thermal belt effects keeping overnight temperatures warm and relative humidity recoveries becoming increasingly poor. The North Ops Significant Fire Potential Outlook shows moderate risk returning to several predictive service areas on Saturday as northwest to southwest winds begin increasing again in advance of the next approaching trough. With isolated to widely scattered thunderstorm potential Sunday afternoon and evening bringing moderate risk to the northeast. Hot and very dry conditions next week will rapidly accelerate the drying of fuels, with ERCs increasing to the 90th to 97th percentile or above in several predictive service areas. The potential for northerly winds during the first half of the week adds further concern, though the strength and aerial extent of these winds remain uncertain. The south.
I'm going to say right now that when they say North Ops, they mean Redding. That's their base here. And north winds, if you're not familiar with California, are terrifying. People live in fear of them because they come out of the desert of Eastern Oregon, east of the Cascades. So they tend to be very hot, very extremely dry, and very, very fast. If not constant wind speed, the wind gusts. And so people fear several types of winds. They fear the Santa Ana, the Diablo, and the north wind. This is looking terrible, guys. Just it's almost like a trifecta of disaster conditions. There's the only possible moisture in sight, maybe in the northeast section of the state, thunderstorms. So it's not unheard of, but it's more unusual to have thunderstorms and lightning in June. It's mid-July through August is lightning strike season. That's when the monsoonal thing does its thing, and you get these lightning storms rolling across. But hold on to your butts, guys. And we're going to go to Ventura County just a second. This is going to be hot, dry, and horrible. We may have some heat-related deaths, and people could struggle. So really check on your elderly and vulnerable neighbors. What kills people the most or causes them to gain heat stress, like hospitalization, is what they just mentioned, which is it stays hot at night. So at least people without air conditioning or people watching their energy bills, if you open up all your windows and put a fan in your window, you can vent your house, delete all the heat from your house at night, and that gives the body at least time to recover physically. But if it's hot during the day, hot at night, and this goes on for days and days, that's the thing that's most deadly to the vulnerable. So this is looking like pretty dire situation. So let's continue.
Health Ops outlook shows a mix of mainly low and moderate risk through Tuesday, with broader areas of moderate risk developing Wednesday and Thursday. And now to sum up the North Ops fire weather highlights. Shallow onshore flow today will strengthen this weekend in response to an upper-level trough passage bringing gusty west-southwest to northwest winds Saturday and Sunday, with isolated to widely scattered thunderstorm potential in the northeast Sunday afternoon and evening. Dry, breezy north to northwest winds on Monday will turn north to northeast Monday night, with the potential for gusty overnight through morning north to northeast winds through channeled terrain areas continuing Tuesday night. Temperatures near seasonal averages today through Sunday will warm rapidly next week, with heat wave conditions developing and bringing well above normal day and nighttime temperatures, very low relative humidities with poor to locally very poor overnight relative humidity recoveries, and strong thermal belt impacts progressively lengthening burning periods.
Great. Yeah, there's nothing good about this situation. That could be worse, marginally. You're talking the word moderate, but with what they're not mentioning is we've had a bumper crop this year of especially thick, tall, dry grass, which the fires on the ground, especially driven by wind, move the fastest. So it's just hard for the firefighters to arrive on time and get ahead of it when it runs through grass. It's because of the wet, especially wet spring we had. So while that did help like general drought conditions, that only applies to helping trees basically. All the bushes and the grass can't store water like a tree, so they dry out and just become tinder, and then they die. And it doesn't matter how much more rain or moisture occurs; it's still dead until they burn off, or an animal eats it or something. So mostly they just stay dead on the landscape until like the wet season starts to rot the grass, and that can be November. So hold on to your butts. This is going to be a bumpy ride, and we should hurry on over to what's going on in Ventura County right now. I'll put my sandwich plate away in just a second. Let's look down. It's called the Sentinel Fire. So it's Simi Valley. So at first, when I first got the welcome everybody if you're here, please let's start a like button train. In order for people to find us, we need to be a trending video, because if you search for wildfire anything, you're going to find results of videos that have already been seen by a lot of people and channels that are already extremely popular. So it's, if anybody hopes to find us, if we get, in order to get high in the search rankings, we have to be a trending, exciting video, and people hitting like button, subscribe, or just say I like dogs in the chat, or say hi, I'm from such and such place, or I would like to know about this or that fire. Chat activity, these things will help us fight the stupid algorithm. So thank you for being here. Hey, Watchman, peace, Dove, Dr. Elephant, everybody. Lowell Pearson says we had smoked the Darlene fire this morning. Yeah, we're going to check on that too. But that is what the thumbnail is. I didn't realize that in Lapine, Oregon, the smoke column was behind a banner that says "Get your smoking on." But yeah, Watchmen and Maya. There's the Smokey the Bear thing. I'll explain about the misremembering thing. Smokey Bear was Smokey, the actual living bear. That was his name. He was a rescued bear after one of the wildfires, and they named him after a pre-existing mascot. So it was just Smokey was his name, and Smokey Bear is like his last name, right? As a joke. So later there was a hit song that was called Smokey the Bear, because he needed another syllable for the, to say it like that. Otherwise it would have been Smokey Bear, and that sounds stupid, right? So I don't think there's a right or wrong here, but it's not misremembering. It's just a hit song that needed another syllable. So let's see if we can get some. Yep, we've got flight tracker. There we go. Thank you for your kind donations. We get the pro versions of many different apps that help us track wildfires. And hey, Karen Mixer, hi from Oregon. Thank you for helping us with the algorithm too. And I actually like knowing where people are from and how did you find us. We let chat guide us. So right now it's, which fires are affecting you, which ones do you want to know about? So you're in Ontario, Canada. Yeah, I pray for Canada all the time, man. You guys have had a rough go of things lately. So we do cover Canada when we can, like what happened at Kenowa. Am I saying that right? That was one rough night. So apparently 3 choppers arrived. This is very close to homes, but thankfully the prevailing wind would be blowing it away from, say, Silver Star Avenue uh, neighborhood in Simi Valley. So um, someone was saying that there were 3 helicopters there within 15 minutes. Yeah, they're quite good about getting on it. Been watching you, Bob and Pups. Hey, thank you for the kind support and encouragement. Think chair, yes. Four choppers arrived here within 15 minutes. Yeah, so we do have eye in the sky right there. It's a little bit hard to see. And the last thing we've heard about on watch duty was the unit on the scenes requesting to keep the tankers coming, meaning the aircraft tankers. When they mean water trucks, they call them water tenders. Don't ask me why. So the fire is about to hit the ridge and could start backing down the other side. No structured threat yet. So what backing down means is backing fires are moving against the wind or downhill, like ways that it's not unusual, but it's slower spread usually. Backing means like going backwards from the way that it would spread faster, right? Like against the wind or downhill. And we're talking about slopes that are mild. We're not talking about cliff drop offs and steep things. Um, backing is just, well, it's oftentimes the fires has something, burning and that vegetation is touching other things. So it doesn't really, unless it's extremely ferocious wind or something, we're talking hurricane strength, wind gusts, and fierce storms. If it's just kind of normal wind or breezy, then fire will spread against the wind because it's like one tree on fire, its branches touch another, or it's just, grass that spreads. So that would, when they're talking about backing, I would think that they're talking, if it is up on this, it's not an exact location, it's just up on the hill somewhere, then is it down slope in any direction where it currently is. And they're saying it could start backing down the other side. So the mention of structure threat makes me think towards the Big Sky Trail and this Silver Star Avenue in Ventura County. So these people should be ready who are over here west of the fire, even though prevailing wind is not directly blowing it to them. It buys them a good amount of time. Trail access is marvelous. Looks like they've got, I don't know if this is a plateau and a gully wash in between there. Let's check out topo. Yeah, it's easy. It's easier to figure this out on Cal topo maps. We'll go look at Darlene and what's happening in Fresno County pretty soon. Here's Simi Valley. Yeah, isn't it right here between Moore Park? The green indicates about 10 mile per hour wind gusts or so. And if we, or wind speed, if we go to gusts, they don't seem to be much more powerful, at least from the app's weather. So let's see, where's that Silver Star? Is it right here? Let me check. Sentinel fire. Let's go back to satellite view. And if it does back down that direction, and even if it doesn't, I think these people should be on alert because I mean, there's a fire right next to you, guys. It's a lot of people to evacuate, and it's better to say have an hour's time to prep or however much longer you might get here out of the situation than be told to just grab your keys and go, right? So just everything should always be orderly. Just check on your neighbors and see if they may need a ride if things got worse or if you were asked to leave. So oftentimes, if you are asked to leave, it's just so they can do their job more efficiently and not worry about people being in the area. It doesn't mean that there's like a giant, overwhelming looming threat. It's just, there's going to be a lot of units that converge on the neighborhood. They need to not, accidentally run into other cars or have people walking around or gawking or, they need their space to work. So elephant says I can't type and hold my butt at the same time. It's a spiritual message, okay? Just spiritually, symbolically, and if you can't do that, then what you need to do is, and that's a Samuel L. Jackson quote from Jurassic Park, by the way, is just strap in, okay? Install seat belts on your office chair if necessary. I have a racing chair. I am going to install a lap belt, but I'm thinking of a 4-point harness because we're going to be in for we have all things lining up for a very, very rough weekend and possibly next week into 4th of July. Already idiots with fireworks are out there doing their thing, right? We have all of the dry, hot conditions that make fire spread fast. Hotter it is, just temperature, the more that fire is buffed, strengthened. So the fire triangle is fuel, it's what it needs. Oxygen is what it needs. Heat is actually what it needs too. So it gets strengthened by just higher temperatures. We got a heat wave rolling in, even at night. So we can see fires that show up at night, which when most people might screw around with fireworks, rapid spread at night. So hold on to your butts. People usually let off fireworks near homes. They don't drive too far in general to go do this. So it's not just the illegal ones that are endanger the public right now. It's the normal ones too. So we also have high heat at night and low relative humidity is the other piece of the puzzle. The wind is the biggest factor, how windy it is. But even if it's a dead calm and somewhat chilly, the thickness of the grass here makes fire just take off running. If you just have terrain like fire loves to run uphill, up and down hills, and it delays access. You got all the bad recipes for a rough go of it for anything that starts new from now on till at least 4th of July. Here we go. We will continue to monitor this one. I don't know that we have. Yeah, we do have a cam. Let's go. Sorry, I didn't see the cam link. So let's look at the last 30 minutes. It's Ventura County, Simi Valley, and it's climbing the hill. And now we get a better idea of that's a pretty sizable hill from above. From our satellite views, it doesn't really give you that full impression of what we're dealing with here. And if locals, if you're ever watching a fire, be sure to chime in and tell us about the local area and conditions and what you know. So, Dr. Elephant, you hate the heat. I love a good California dry heat, but I'm terrified of the winds that accompany them. The north winds, like that affect the Redding area. People are terrified of that for a reason. So, that is a really dirty picture. Let's see if we can find with less haze. Unlikely, because the further away a camera is from the situation, the more haze there is in between the fire and the camera, and that's why you get these muddy, horrible images. But in general, and you can tell me locals if the wind is shifting at all, because it can from time to time. And sometimes winds are pretty constant. Sometimes they'll just randomly shift direction for 5, 10 minutes, 15, and then go back. So the word prevailing is like the overall what is the wind direction. So it seems to be coming off the ocean at this time. Yeah. So we should probably check out what is the humidity in Simi Valley. At least the ocean winds tend to be wetter than say the north winds that come that affect Shasta Lake and come out of the eastern Oregon desert. So let's see here. Yeah, Ram. Thanks. Thank you. If you hit the smiley face with a thumbs up, a lot of people that tune in can get more reminded. Like not everybody speaks English as a first language too. That's very helpful to remind people what to do. I'm sorry to be annoying about that, guys. This is we're fighting a stupid math thing. It's not like, oh, make my channel great. Hey, actually, that's a good quote. Make our channel great again. A lot of people is probably gagged. Uh, but no, it's just straight up so people can find us. We're just here to help the public. So we'll go to any fire that concerns you. We prioritize Oregon and California. Washington is just harder to monitor. Occasionally something goes on in, especially Western Nevada to Western Idaho. If there's some international crazy crisis or something going on in some place like Hawaii, we'll check it out. Last night we had some excitement that kept me from going to bed. Samson Miller, how hi, welcome. Thank you so much for what you do to keep the radios up and running. There's a new fire in Aubrey, California, in Fresno County, just toned out with evacuations. Oh, wow. Okay, stop the presses. Meadow Lakes camera, thank you so much. Keep me informed, guys. Watch Duty probably just reached its maximum of 24 notifications for my device. I'm trying to get that fixed. It may not be Watch Duty's fault. They're unsure if they can fix that for Samsung phones. So because I have all counties of California, I hear about every little tiny fires and every little tiny one that comes, and I oftentimes do not know when it's reached a maximum. Then my phone goes silent, and if you guys can help me be on top of that, that's great. If any of you have an old iPhone within the last couple of years old, I would love that thing if you're not using it, because that may be better than the notification system of my Samsung. And even if I don't activate it as a phone, that would be very helpful. Oh, by the way, there's a hotspot of Bear Mountain, Fresno. So it's probably just reactivated like Stump Fire. We had another exciting night a couple nights ago where the fire went over the cams. I can show you guys that replay later. Let's see, which one is it? Oh God, Think Chair. Simi Valley has eucalyptus trees everywhere. Eh, that's horrible. They're called gasoline trees for a reason. Um, people, okay, which camera? Meadow Lakes. Let me see about that. This is Aubrey. Okay, that is right next to. So how big of a community is this? Okay, okay. Fraser Fire. Yep, they gave it a name, Fraser Fire. Thanks for being on it, Samson Miller. It's a 30-minute time lapse. I'm looking at the trees. They do have a breezy condition. There's a lot of dead trees in the landscape. So it moves and pivots. Let's see where the camera is facing. Sorry. All right. Let's see if it can be seen on Deadwood Mountain 2. To see if we can cross-reference its location here. Deadwood Mountain 2. Oh, that's in panorama mode. That's not helpful. Okay. So let's check out it. We will continue to monitor the situation with Ventura. Oh, they just reported crews are making good progress on the fire per radio transmissions. Excellent. So let's duplicate this tab and let's go over to what they just said about the Fraser fire. We may have, it's brand new and may have some evacuations in progress, or they may be calling for them. And we can help speed that up and get the information to the public. That's the best way we can help, because it takes time for them to create their messages and go to door. So where's it? Excuse me. Back up. Oh yeah, I'm not in the state. Fraser Fire. Okay. Now this is Fresno County. This is far north of everything else. This is up by Aubrey. This is quite a bit northwest of even where the hog fire is. So it's saying Fraser Road and Calkins Road in Aubrey. This is a photograph from the scene, and I don't know if it's facing the correct direction as they're showing on the watch duty. So yikes, that looks like a horse corral. So hey, Samson Miller, which it's your own yeah, it's your own feed, isn't it, on Broadcastify? Let's get that up and running and check out the new and improved feed. Okay, let's go to, is it checking on it? Seems here I had a dashboard created for Fresno County. Just blind. It's not in alphabetical order. Sorry. Calaveras, Nevada, Yakima, Sonoma, COLUSA, Ventura, Santa Barbara, Douglas. Oh, okay. Guess I don't have one. Let's create one behind the scenes then. Your dashboard. Thank you for your kind donations, friends. Keep them coming. If and the likes to make stream trend so people find us. So let's go to Fresno, create dashboard, actions, add feed, United States, California, as Arnold used to say, Fresno County, Fresno. Okay, CAL FIRE FKU or air attack. Let's do the air attack one. Let's listen. All right, that one's playing. Gonna add another feed. Which feed should we be focusing on, Samson Miller? Look back at chat real quick. Yeah, Husky, we're on it. Samson Miller is just, it's right next to the Basin Fire's helicopter base. Okay. Yes, this is quite a bit northwest of where the hog fire is, and it's in a community already, like seemingly like a backyard type of fire that's spreading. It says moderate rate of spread per radio traffic. Request made for local evacuations. The air attack feed. Okay, great. We have tuned into that one. I'll add a few more. I have Ventura County on speed dial. I was about to turn that one on. But we'll continue to monitor Ventura County. This one is breaking news. So if you know anybody in Aubrey, California, which is the northern corner of Fresno County here, call them up, make sure they're alert about the situation. Don't assume people already know. Yeah, air attack coming to Fraser.
Fresno air attack 6 Tango Papa off Fresno en route to the Fraser ETA 1655.
Let's go see.
Fresno copies air attack 6 Tango Papa en route 1655 ETA positive AFF.
All right. Yeah, if it's right next to their helicopter base, I mean, if a fire was going to break out, great. Okay, so looks like a fleet has just taken off, guys. Look, they just took off.
See, have my next engine take right flank.
Fresno copies next engine right flank.
Help is on the way. Helicopters too. They're returning to Aubrey. Is it Aubrey? Aubrey or Aubrey? Help me, locals. So you got your we got a double threat here. All the fixed wing. We got 3 airplanes at least just took off from Fresno's airport, and then the helicopters, which are going elsewhere, just returned to defend our homeland. So let's see. It's going east.
Fraser IC, squad 64.
All right, so east of where that is Raleigh Lane, Aubrey Road.
Air attack Tango Papa Tanker 0304 and 2 miles behind you.
These people should be on evacuation alert and start prepping to go. Rock Hill Lane. Thank you for the kind donation. I'll check that in a second. I can hear it, but
2973 and 4000 for Tanker 03.
Aubrey.
Aircraft Basin are responding to the Fraser Fire Aubrey area. Air attack 6 Tango Papa 12.
Aubrey.
To 5000 advised on air tactic 6.
Help is on the way, guys. From multiple directions.
Firefighter buff on local. You're trying to be hailed on TAC.
Let's check on Ventura real quick, too. Sentinel fire is reduced activity. They put...
Fraser, I see Con 381.
All right.
I need my next in engine to take the right flank. We got the left flank tied into a dirt road right here.
Okay, copy that. What would you like me to help you out with?
Like this neighborhood off of Aubrey and Raleigh Lane and Rock Hill Lane.
Cal Fire's got a pretty good handle on it.
Those folks should prep to leave.
210
That seems like a big driveway. I don't know what that is.
11, I'll show you reducing.
So looking good at Ventura County, Simi Valley. We'll check on both of those. Okay, Dr. Elephant says, please don't take me so literal. I'm just a clown. I'm so offended. Oh no, you're good. And you just puked too. Okay. Oh, Tony, thank you so much. If it was you, thank you so much for your kind donation.
Point your right flank and then take it all the way. You meet into me.
Oh, we have a cam here too. Let's look. Meadow, oh, that's right, it's Meadow Lakes. We already had it. Okay. I need the coffee to kick in, friends. We will check on the Basin fire. It's still looking just gross. Looking really gross. Last night, when I wanted to go to bed, there was a 7.2 earthquake in Peru.
03, altimeter 2973, cleared in 4000, air attack 5000, no other aircraft, no known hazards. Cleared in, we're at 4000, 2973, Tanker 03.
Right. No known hazards like big power lines or something, so they can operate.
It was going to be on the southbound on-ramp just off of Chestnut.
Yeah, affirmative on Chestnut, just before the on-ramp.
That will be Fresno City's corner. I'll make it an assistant city.
Quite safe, Scott.
Okay, so if you know anybody,
Where you guys are at unless they're fire personnel.
10-4, just heads up, you have one behind you now.
Copy, I'm going to have to turn them around.
So,
okay.
Water's in at 64, Fraser IC. If I can have you come down this dirt road over here and give me some water. I'm about to start a hose lay on the other side of this road, down the hill, on the alpha side.
Copy, 4381.
This is a great feed, Samson Miller. Thank you so much for what you do to keep us informed. This is the #1 way to get your life saved, is listen to Firefighters Live. they're going to be the ones who will say first, let's evacuate X, Y, or Z, or the fire's going this or that direction.
4-2-43-81.
Affirmative.
So if you guys know anybody in Auberry, which is North Fresno County, please let them know that this is happening. They could be taking a nap or something. You never know. But the
Division Whiskey, on the air to ground.
it's on Berry Road where Raleigh Lane,
Fraser air attack.
this area.
Sir, just checking to see if you're overhead of the Fraser incident.
Affirmative, just pulled up.
It's
I'll hold off a little bit there.
it's Auberry and Raleigh Lane, that area, that intersection. That those people need to get ready to go at a moment's notice if necessary.
Check 4354, enter 4364, company 176. Sutter crosses Jane for a motor vehicle accident. Sutter crosses Jane, timeout 1555.
Samson Miller, is the feed split?
Hello, Tinker 720 Hotel Tango. Air attack 66.
Like left right channel?
Fraser air attack 6. Repeat your traffic. Sir, 20 Hotel Tango, listen off of Millerton Lake, inbound for your incident, Fraser incident.
All right, let's check out the warbirds that are coming to fight.
Air attack, copies. Yeah, I'm responding to the Fraser fire. I'll get back with you in just a second to get your lat long. 03 coming overseeing the fire.
03 is this plane right here. We just heard him talk.
Alright, Fraser, I see.
Everything's all plugged up down here where water center 64, 264 and the squad are. Can't move.
I'm gonna need another Type 3 engine over by me, or someone to give me water.
You're on the left flank through the dirt, or the gate on the dirt driveway to the left or the east.
Affirmative to the left. Expensive was knocked down by that dozer through the dirt road on the left alpha flank.
Do they have to pay for that? When they knock down fences with dozers?
Are we able to get an updated report on conditions, and also is there a structure threat?
Okay, listen.
Trying to raise up IC for you. Currently we have two divisions, Division Alpha and on the left flank, Division Whiskey on the right flank. And we'll get back with you for the conditions. Air attack just made it over the scene.
4354 responding.
Sierra Battalion 42, Fresno copy.
Air attack 6 Tango Papa at scene, 3 acres in the grass, moderate rate of spread. We have, looks to be one structure threatened off of Whiskey, assuming Fraser air attack.
Fraser air attack, Fresno copies 3 acres in the grass, moderate rate of spread with one structure threat.
Okay, Alpha is the left side, Whiskey is the right. Assuming we're looking north,
Fraser, I see Fraser air attack, air ground.
it's spreading east. They said,
Report, thank you.
but
Now engine 3552 at scene.
552. 72.
Fresno engine 3559 at scene, switching attack.
3559.
No, engine 4354, engine 4364 responding.
see the wind may be shifting, like a little bit variable. Since we're looking with the camera,
2nd Street will be Charlotte, Charles, Henry, Adam, Henry, Lincoln, Ida, Paul. 10-4, thank you.
we're looking west by southwest. So we probably have some significant southerly spread as well. But they were talking about trying to get the places on notice that were east of the fire. Well, let's see.
Please, let's keep the road open for through traffic. We got more equipment coming in.
Let's see.
Yeah, road's kind of blocked by 54 right now. We're trying to get some resources up to you. What's your structure threat looking like right now?
Structure threat.
air to ground.
Okay, thanks, Samson Miller.
Yeah, overhead, I have a tanker and copter inbound. I need to confirm priorities and orientation of the fire.
Priority is going to be the structure threat on Division Whiskey. Go ahead and tie with Division Whiskey.
He's not coming up on air to ground. I need to confirm where the heel of the fire is for you. Is it in the flats or is it moving up the hill?
Looks like it's still in the flats from my vantage point.
Hotel Tango, Fraser Air Attack.
Yes, sir, we got a couple air tankers over the incident. Are we cleared in for a drop?
Affirmative, you're cleared into the dip. We're going to have a dip just off the heel. I'll get right back with you. I'm trying to get a hold of the IC.
Okay, he said it's not climbing the hill at this time.
Air attack, air to ground. Air attack. Yeah, I need to confirm where the heel of the fire is.
Yeah, stop this road though, that's coming in on. And we need that drop up there near that structure if we can get it.
Into the fire and establish the heel.
Okay, friends, let me create a notebook for today.
Whiskey, air attack. I need to know whether the heel of the fire is moving up the hill or if it's in the flats so I can direct aircraft to you.
The Tinker.
Fraser incident, I was taking 20 Hotel Tango. We're up above you. Anybody down there?
Air attack, Division Whiskey.
Air attack.
The hill of the fire, and the right flank will be on the north end, or the south end, and the left flank will be on the north end. Copy.
Yeah, repeat that. You were locked on.
It's on the hill of the fire. Fire to the left flank, Division Alpha.
Okay, I didn't make that out. So this tanker is ready.
Moving up toward the structure, correct? Confirm, left flank is the flats, correct?
Yeah, you're right there. Left flank is the flat. Division Alpha.
Fraser, I see helicopter 0 Hotel Tango.
Air attack, Fraser, I see.
Air attack.
Water for you. Where would you like us to start at?
Okay,
I'll get you a drop in just a second.
20 Hotel Tango, copy.
Fraser Air Attack Tanker 76 trainee 12 miles from Portugal.
okay, structure on the hill is threatened. Left flank equals a flatland area. And the right flank is called Alpha. As far as I can tell, they've got Alpha and Whiskey. So apparently,
The right flank of the fire where you see the majority of the fire activity. Do you have that?
here's our look with the cams. Last 15
Air
minutes,
tactics.
we're looking west by southwest. Now we can,
31 for a public hazard at East Trimmer Springs Road and East Belmont Avenue. Eastbound Trimmer Springs, dark blue minivan, unknown 1028, speeding and swerving across lanes, QT, present.
we'll be looking at the Darlene next as soon as this calms down. This is a breaking news situation. They're doing local evacuations north Fresno County in Auberry.
Dip sites that are going to be off of the left flank. You have 2 dip sites.
0 Hotel Tango, copy that. Division Whiskey and a dip site on the heel.
They got lots of aircraft here, a couple of helicopters, but at least 3 planes.
72.
Rush 72, tie in with Division Whiskey on right flank.
Fraser IC Sierra 351 on scene assignment.
Tie in Alpha flank.
Fraser 4352 on scene as well. Assignment.
Now, if you know anybody in Auberry,
Repeat identifier.
4352.
forward progress stopped in Ventura County, guys. Yes.
3.
734. Tanker 676.
Calkins Road, Fraser Road, and east to Auberry Road and Raleigh Lane.
Helicopter 532 on air tactic 6.
They should get ready to leave if called for.
Copy.
King 11 back around to access Blue Heron from Auberry to see if the houses on the opposite side of this location are need to be evacuated or if they're threatened. If you want 1198 with him and he can take you over there, you can assist him on that. Step 4. I'm right. I'm 1097, just about up with you.
It's
Copy. He's heading to you right now.
Blue Heron Lane. Okay, so everything's going well. Ventura County forward progress is stopped. Different story for this breaking news fire that's in northern Fresno County. Blue Heron Lane. They're going to check and see if the houses need evacuation on Blue Heron Lane. There's one of the helicopters right there. What?
176.
Helispot, Auberry, Helibase on command.
Fresno 176. I have one vehicle in an orchard, one patient just complaining of arm pain at the moment.
We'll be hearing random medical stuff at the same time.
You have the fire at the heel that's moving up the hill. That's going to be your priority on this drop.
Copy that.
Tanker 03 air attack. 3 go. Okay, after this tanker drops, I'm going to have you tie into the structure on the off the right flank and heel. Do you have that?
Okay, I've got a structure up high. I've got that whole flank. I got fire trucks up at the structure.
Alright, I copy that. So you're gonna. So right where the copter's working, do you have that?
Do.
Alright, I'll have you tie into that structure high up on the hill, take it down the right flank, coverage level 4, full load, and you'll exit 3,500.
Coverage 4 from the structure down the right flank.
Affirmative, into the flats.
Okay, we'll be dropping toward like 2 fire trucks there on the right flank or the right shoulder.
All right, let's see about this hill. There's
it downwind.
Copter 20 Hotel Tango, hold in the dip.
20 Hotel Tango, hold in the dip.
Copter 532, hold out 3 miles.
Okay, it's around Blue Heron Lane in Auberry that is threatened the most right now. Off of Calkins. Okay, there's.
Vegetation 5, Battalion 71, engine 4284, engine 71, OES water center 52. Vegetation 5 in the area is Sheridan and Banning. Time out 1706.
Here is the hill. It's unknown which structure on it. There's several are threatened here.
Need clearance now.
So the fire is right down here. We don't have a heat detection yet. It's too small for that. They're checking on the homes in Blue Heron Lane. So the wind, though, may push it to the east, but it's just climbing a hill because fire climbs. So it could be spreading in both directions. But if you know anybody in Albury, California, let them know about this. Don't assume they already do. It's quite a significantly sized town for the area. Sorry, Husky, I didn't see. Oh yeah, that's something I haven't looked at.
Position check. Fraser air attack.
That's a different fire you guys are talking about in the chat. Guys, hit the like button. Let's make this trending so people find us. Very appreciative.
Copter 532. Air attack. Air tactic 6.
We'll look at the Darlene and others soon. But fire is approaching structures up on this hill. And they're trying to figure out if they need to do evacuations.
Copter 532. Fraser air attack. Air tactic 6.
That would be Raleigh Lane and Albury to the east. Of course, the hill. That they're probably door to door right now. They're trying to protect it with aircraft.
20 Hotel Tango air attack. You're cleared out of the dip to the same location. 20 Hotel Tango inbound.
2 medium-sized tankers here already, several helicopters. So they're already trying to save the structures. The ground crews are.
Air attack. Tanker 7-8 holding 7 miles south when you're ready. Which is 0 Hotel Tango.
Look about their flight pattern. This happened right next to the helicopter.
Scene 3000. Caution low-level power lines. You will be number 3 behind tanker 7603.
973 4000. Number 3. Copy the rest. Tanker 7-8.
Copter 532. Air attack on air tactic.
Copter 532 on air tactic 6, holding 3 miles to the west.
More are inbound. So help is on the way here.
Tanker 03, air attack.
Thanks for being here, Raph. Thank you, Spinny Dude. And I forgot to share the incident watch duty page.
Your 7 o'clock.
Engine 3559, SNF 361, water tender 64.
Let's see if we got a Fresno County evacuation map yet. I doubt it.
All right. So we're going to have a right turn off your exit. Okay.
They're about to make their first drops. They checked out the area for dangers like power lines, and
94, copy.
this will help immensely. We do not have an updated evacuation map yet. It's breaking news, so we'll go back and look. So here's our live cam view. Last 15 minutes.
4352, TAC 8.
Looking west-southwest.
You have brush 72 and 4352 here side where it's signed to you. Blue, would you like this to be?
If you can work with CMAP 71 to a direct here off the road.
The road and down the right flank. Right, and a right turn because of the hill base. All right, we're on downwind for 03.
I'd like to request EMS code 3 for a resident with burns.
Oh,
Copy.
okay. As a resident with burns, code 3 response, meaning lights and sirens. Somebody is hurt. Yeah, go ahead and explain it.
The IC right now. Looks like they have good containment on it. Just stand by there. If there was another house you could check, it's off of Albury. You're going to have to check it on the map. I think it's 38125. That butts up to this property.
Over.
So checking homes on the other side of the hill by Blue Heron Lane. But everybody who's further east of this should be on alert, which is where Raleigh and Albury are at. This fire is off of Fraser and Calkins.
Copy that, Jesse. We have 2 now, 381 and 4352.
Is moving up the hill, but we got 3 medium-sized tankers.
Copy, they'll be coming up for you here shortly.
For us, 91 or 81?
94.
Yeah, Terry, it's been an exciting day. 24 hours. Guys, we need to all be vigilant. Right before this broke out, I was trying to say that last night in the stream, I believe...
Going to be on the opposite side of the fire.
Last night in the wee hours in the morning after midnight,
76 towards that circle with the cement inside of it.
Start at we'll start above that on the right flank, right heel area. Take it down the right flank, coverage level 4, full load. You'll exit 3,500 to the right.
we may have witnessed arson last night in the wee hours in the morning that may have been fireworks.
You are cleared to maneuver. Mind the engine on the road.
So
And I got 03 in sight. I'm going to squeeze behind him, take this a little wide.
I'll explain where that was, but it was by the...
78 is at scene, other 2 tankers in sight.
It was by the coast.
Tanker 78, I have you coming to scene.
It's unrelated to this incident,
Copy.
and I'll explain that as soon as
Resources on Division Alpha, switch to TAC 7.
this crisis is over, this emergency.
78 does have high tension power lines east of the road, east of the fire.
Sure, 7, 6 down.
In a situation in northern Fresno County, Berry is the little town's name. So if you know anybody in the town, let them know that this is occurring. It's going up the hill. That's the most immediate structure threat right now. But if you go over here where Arbery and Raleigh is at,
I have your final clear job. Mind the engine.
everywhere they're circling, all of this neighborhood should be ready to leave at a moment's notice.
4306, you copy my request? Affirmative, standby.
Calkins Road, Medford Road, Blue Heron.
Copy, water tender 364 is tight end of 2 Mach engines. Confirming what division?
Yeah, Spinny, this type 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. is going to be the most active time for the existing fires. We'll check on the Basin and the Darlene next, unless there's more breaking news, which I do expect to happen throughout the day. But last night in the wee hours in the morning on the coast, there was a perfect ring of fire on the hill, which I interpret most likely to be the result of fireworks lit at,
Basin 155.
fountain fireworks in all directions. And I don't think anybody's that stupid, so it could have been intentional. So we have to, now that fireworks are being sold, if you see anybody being stupid with fire, anything suspicious,
21. Evacuation orders are going to be placed in King 145 area.
if you see something,
King 145 area, 10-4.
all right, we have go now evacuations. You can always delete a photo later off your phone, but take pictures of license plates, suspicious vehicles.
Is King 146 going to go on warnings, or are we going to leave it alone for now? I'll get that from the IC here shortly. They're still figuring things out.
Okay, I don't know if it's go now or a warning, but it'll be the Kings area and 145. Unclear if it's warning or go now. They said they're figuring it out.
You guys are working our way down towards that.
Oh boy, yeah, Alameda County is allowing the sale of fireworks.
See somebody coming down the right of us, where they're dropping aircraft off.
Yeah,
Tanker 78, where 76 dropped, that is going to be the right flank. Do you have that?
Affirm.
All right. Copter 532 is coming in now. They're paralleling the right flank. I'm not going to have you drop right now. I'm just giving you the orientation. Caution ground level power lines.
Yes, you copied my comments about the high tension lines east of the fire.
Negative. Their location?
You see the main road that goes north, south?
I have that.
Go a few hundred feet off to the east of that, and they're all out there north to south.
He's talking about a splash that was on the right flank.
Going towards their hose leg, going up the right flank of Division Whiskey.
This is on Bedford. We'll handle the road closure here. Team 51, I copy. I'll be around.
What is Kings in 145? I'm unfamiliar with the area. Let's look at the
Hotel Tango.
maps. We have another photograph. Yeah, this is the proper placement of the photograph. It's from when it first started. It's
532 or air attack copies. I have you on the ground. Request clearance before you lift.
hang on a second.
I see Whiskey standby. I got aircraft.
I guess it could be taken.
All units hold off on evacuations for now. 1022 on evacuations for now.
Okay. Hold off on evacuations. Okay.
They are on the line and making good work of it.
Affirmative. Yeah, just about to call you. Yeah, we got get about advanced air attack. You see something outside our little box here. I don't see any additional support needed on the right flank.
Yeah, air attack copies.
Right flank means up the hill. I guess they're not using north as a reference, so thanks. Don't step in the grease. Yeah, Duke Delta.
If you need any additional resources and what resources you're going to need.
Thank you, Nick.
Amber, we're all good. We're about 400 feet from Pioneer from Alpha's Hose Lake. Got most of the stuff knocked down the right flank. We're looking pretty good.
I copy. You say that structure threat's been mitigated at this point?
Affirmative on the Whiskey side.
Copy.
Whiskey side is the flatlands. Structure threat on the flatlands has been mitigated.
Go ahead for command. Yeah, fires are looking really good. I got 2 copters that are going to be working that right flank. If you concur, I'd like to release both S2s and I'll keep 1 tanker overhead.
Right.
Yeah, I concur. Thank you.
No structure threat on the flatland.
Fowler fired. I'll be code 3.
Last unit, re-identify. I covered you.
Through King 05. Preempt me and assign me to the fire.
10-4, I copy your code 3. Break 3 Lincoln 05.
3 Lincoln 5, good.
Hi, Dan.
Confirm you copied the fire. King 05 had requested an Area 2 unit to start.
Yeah, assist somebody.
There's a helicopter, a ghostly helicopter.
3 Lincoln 71.
Okay, friends. They may not call for any.
Start towards 9857 North Fowler for a fire in the area.
What? Oh man, north 178 North Ballard. Fire in the area, great. I think that's separate than this. This is the Fraser fire, but the Fraser fire here is looking good. They're
Air attack, Hotel Tango. Am I cleared to drop right there where the open flames are?
Division Whiskey.
okay. So
Tango, Hotel Tango. Yeah, sir, I got water here. Where would you like me to drop?
okay, I've updated my little thing. They did evacuate the people who were closest to the fire already, so I've updated my little thing that evacuation warnings.
Right there where that big log is.
We're most of them slow production.
So they've released the.
On the open flames?
Hang on. Helicopter's ready to drop. Give him permission. Give him permission. Let's go. Helicopters do the best work to protect individual homes. So we still have the tankers have gone home, except for one. It's ready to drop.
532, you're clear to lift as long as you have a visual on 20 Hotel Tango. You'll be working with 20 Hotel Tango, working division with you.
532, 20 Hotel Tango, passenger 6, coming around your 3.
Breaking whiskey, just be advised we're on site in with the hose bay. Sounds like the heavy heli tanker needed a place to drop his water if you have a spot on Alpha.
I copy. You feel comfortable calling forward progress stop?
Affirmative.
Yes. Forward progress stopped. That's the first and best, most important step. Awesome. Once again, Samson Miller, thank you for this excellent radio feed. You're a local hero. You are. He's a ham radio operator who is
flying all the way around the fire. I'd like to continue 1 water tender, 3 crews, 1 dozer, 2 type 3s, cancel the remaining.
excellent. Ground crews could take it from here and a couple of helicopters. Whew. Awesome.
We leave there, just give them the warning advisement. They're not under orders, but they are under warning, and then flip back over to this side.
Okay. It doesn't mean it's a done deal. Forward progress stop means the fastest direction it was spreading.
Affirmative.
Is where they.
All right, I just saw people fairly close to the flames right there, but I am.
I think he means fire crews. They can't drop on people. The waterways.
You do have strike team 9162 Charlie en route. Did you want them to continue and cut the different engine loops?
They can break necks, dropping a swimming pool's worth of water on people, you know. So we do have forward progress stop. That doesn't mean the danger is over. So they are keeping this general area under evacuation warning, ready to go at a moment's notice. So that's level 2 evacuations. Get ready, be ready. But this is a very good indicator.
Yes, sir. For accountability, I have Rush 72 at my location with me. Looks like our hose lays are tied in right in front of the structure. Here's that we have disruptive threat mitigated.
Awesome. Structure threat mitigated on the other side too. So, somebody got burned though, unfortunately. And they had a code 3.
All units en route to the Fowler fire. I'll show you reduce.
Fowler. That may be the other one they were talking about. It's not Baller, it's Fowler. Okay.
I copy. I'm showing a lot of smoke still looks like on the right flank. Is that all interior stuff in there? Freeze?
Yeah, it is. Sometime we can see
I copy.
They pounced on this.
3848 South Harding. We've had this RP dial 911 multiple times, claiming that subjects were assaulted. MPC 261 stating there was many 415s. We do have a premise for the RP advising that they make various unfounded claims of assault, abuse, and kidnapping.
Oh, great. The local, that guy. Don't cry wolf. The police just may not take you seriously. Hey, Carney. Or not Jay, Carney. Jay, sorry about that. Looking in for the first time in the year. Thank you for coming back, Jay. We're going to have a crazy 4th of July. Hit the like button, please, to make us trend so people find this life-saving information. Best way to help the channel is free. just hit the share button and text whoever you think may
Yeah,
benefit.
radio check. We just picked up 85 with the new radios, and that's a clear.
Affirm, loud and clear.
All right, we'll be looking at the Darlene fire next to go back to the Basin unless there's any other breaking news thing. But this, they saved the day here.
9162 Charlie.
Let's check on the Ventura fire.
9162 Charlie, cancel to the incident. We'll be utilizing you for coverage if you could help up on District 1 for assignments.
They had airplanes in the air within 3 minutes.
Fire's in a place where, if you concur, I can release the last tanker and I'll keep the copters working for a couple more drops.
I see, copy.
So the first fire right before this one broke out was the Sentinel fire in Simi Valley, Sentinel Core area.
Fraser, air attack. Command.
Air attack, Fresno.
Aircraft release tanker 03 back to Fresno with an ETA of 1740.
The reason they're doing that is
1740 ETA, are they loaded or empty?
They are loaded.
so they release the pilots as soon as possible because they can only work so many hours.
Fresno, local 1.
I may turn this off in a second.
Go ahead for Amos Dozer.
Dozer, Fresno, cancel.
Miss Dozer copies, cancel.
It's all good signs.
Fresno, Tulare, crew 2, local 1. Yeah, traffic.
Just wait just a second.
832 Fresno, affirmative, cancel, return to quarters.
Copy, cancel, return quarters.
Spyman, yeah, I haven't watched any Paradise Fire documentaries.
Contingency branch information. Contingency line is tied in. Track will be widening and improving for the night.
Okay, ground crews can handle this, I think.
Yeah, affirmative.
Awesome, great work up there.
Back to 85.
87 and engine 85 running QO back to station 85. Confirming both available.
Hey, Smitty, welcome. Okay, so I'm gonna.
All of your resources have arrived at scene. Did you want to have type any respond for the additional 2?
Yeah, watch duty also updated. Forward progress stopped to the Fraser.
Charlie, go ahead.
Just 1 more second.
Told you to switch to this channel for coverage.
This is our 1 hour time lapse.
JIC Fresno, your individual resources have all arrived at scene with the strike team providing coverage. Do you want any type for the additional 2?
Fraser, actually, we can cancel the engines. We'll handle the resources arriving.
Copy. As you have the salt strike team en route as well as the flathead hot shed.
Fraser, I see, copy. I'll be releasing a call for logistics.
Flathead hot shots on the way. Okay, so I'm gonna turn this off for a bit. Thank you. Woo, that was exciting in a good way. We feel terrible for the person with burn injuries. They said lights and sirens flashing kind of response to get them medical treatment. We saw airplanes in the sky in like 3 minutes, within 3 minutes of this fire being reported. And it was just as the situation in Ventura County, was looking much better too. So the Sentinel fire that was in Simi Valley on a hill next to a neighborhood, they forward progress stopped that one and it's looking great at 10.9 acres or so. So just like the hill burn. And they also had 3 choppers on the way to that one. within moments. So some of these are already in the air, but I was going to finish a couple of thoughts as I was interrupted there, and that is pilots get released as soon as possible, as soon as they know the ground crews can do it, and maybe the stick around with some helicopters. Helicopters are best for protecting structures and putting out hot spots like open flames. They can just hover and drop, whereas planes, their best use is big retardant drops, usually on the sides of the fire. That's usually where they can see you without smoke, sometimes directly in the front to try to stop its forward movement if smoke allows. But usually the smoke is very thick because usually fires are going with the wind. So, Jan, you were one of the original gangsters. Jan Johannes Smith says, when I first saw Catherine's channel, I heard her coverage from the Paradise Fire. I'll never forget the child's voice on there saying, "Mommy, mommy, drive faster. Our wheels are on fire." Yeah, my brother was a missing person for a while. That's why I went live. I knew that a lot of people were unaware that they could listen to Scanner Radio and hear what was going on there. And very little of my footage survives from then because I didn't know anything about YouTube. I can upload some later, but I left it on for days. And then I drove personally to California to be there for my family and whatnot. So of course the stream ended, but yeah, that was the very beginnings. But I never thought that I'd ever do anything like this again. But here we are, But yeah, I'm glad that you've checked in as one of the OGs. Jan, you guys have to forgive me. I meet so many people, and I have some memory problems due to the long COVID. We're gonna go look at It's like I don't forget people, I need a memory prompt. If that makes any sense. Long COVID has been uh, interesting, right? So I am taking care of my health though as best we can. So let me just take a couple of notes here about what happened. It's looking great here with both situations, the one that was in Simi Valley and the one that broke out in Auberry, California, and very north of Fresno County. So I'm very pleased with the handling. It was just excellent. We didn't hear what they did in Ventura County, but especially air response has been completely on point. I've not really had any criticisms really for any of the responses here for the fires we've been covering. So let me see here. I'm glad to have you original gangsters back, guys. So Ridge Paradise OG. You're in the OG club, Jan. Or how do I say it, Jan? Is it Jan? I feel terrible about that. So I see. Let's go. Sorry it's taken us so long to get to the Darlene fire. It's an hour and a half later, but these were breaking news situations. So one person injured with burns taken for medical treatment is the summary of what's going on here at the Fraser fire, excuse me, in northern Fresno County. Fresno County is gigantic. It's got like the town of Fresno in the flatlands. It's got a huge amount of hills. It's got a huge amount of sequoias and mountains and stuff. It's gigantic. It's the size of small countries, So when I say Fresno, I have to remember to say Fresno County because it's not the large city in California. So the reason they release tankers first is pilots, they time out during the day. The FAA rules, flying tired is flying drunk, basically. Driving tired is driving drunk, is like the slogan. People act just as off as fatigue sets in as they do if they've been tipping some back. So the pilots have mandatory rest in between their flights. And so in order to fly every single day, they cannot go past a certain amount of hours or they turn into a pumpkin, right? So as soon as it looks really good and helicopters and all the ground units have assembled, they will try to release these the aircraft pilots as soon as possible. So I think they can cover the situation. But Fresno County, man, this seems like it was more of a backyard fire, within a town, unknown origin or cause. But there were thousands of lightning strikes and dozens of fires that have happened over the last 72 hours. And I think it was 72 hours now, like a couple of days ago in Fresno County. So I must warn people, we probably have not seen the last of the lightning strike fires emerge yet, because plenty of times lightning strikes and nothing happens. It hits a living tree and the tree just is damaged or killed. But it's a living tree with a lot of water in its trunk, so they usually don't catch fire. But anytime it hits the ground where there's, say, dry leaves or like a dead, tree on the ground, or what's worse is a standing up dead tree. Sometimes the fire will be on the inside of it and just smoldering there like a cigarette for days, even weeks, until it slowly eats away at the heartwood of the dead tree and eats its way through the bark and creates a hole in it. And if air can rush like wind from into the bottom of the tree, like the hollow by the roots, and then exit out the top, you have a perfect chimney. And usually then the tree will just blaze, fall apart, shatter, and throw burning pieces everywhere. So it's an unknown amount of time. These are called sleeper fires when they show up later. So Fresno County could still have the lightning strikes from days ago cause new fires up especially in the rugged areas where they haven't been able to inspect. So we're going to go switch gears now. Tell me which fires you guys want to hear about now. Let me make another page for our notes. And thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, everybody who has hit the like button. If you ever want to come back and see us, we are live much of the summer, 24 hours a day, if necessary, covering any fire of great concern, threats to people. We will go 24 hours a day. Even when I sleep, my mods will be here to give people updates and links and tell people what's going on. Because my mods are awesome. I hope you guys thank them. Don't just thank me. And thank you to everybody who, like locals especially, who just come in here and either give us encouragement, pat us on the head, share their local knowledge, or if you have an alert on your phone, please let us know about it. If your phone jingles with some emergency information, please do let us know. We are crowdsourcing information from all sources possible to give people the best idea about what's going on and what they should do. So, dirty tree rat. You just go by squirrel for short. Says I'm worried about what is going to come in the next 2 weeks. California will endure a strong heat wave. Yes. And the state will then, based off of weather models, get some mid-level moisture, which will bring in dry thunderstorms. Yes. So what we started out was predictive services weather forecast, and it's looking worse by the day. We're getting warnings about it, so I'm hoping that people are protecting their structures now. Do your final prep. Have your go bag ready. Be ready to go to moment's notice. If you see anybody being stupid with fire or suspicious, call authorities immediately. Try to document it with photographs. I think we may have witnessed an arson fire. Arson is not always intent to harm. There's something called reckless arson, and that may have happened last night, because sometimes reckless arson is like, let's light fireworks in dry grass. And so we saw a perfect ring of fire, and I do have the pictures of that. I just want to show you that real quick before we go to the Darlene fire. What, say, a fireworks fire might generally look like. The ones that spout sparks in like a 360 degrees that stand upright, that would be my best guess about what happened last night. So this is why I didn't sleep a whole lot. Just as we were winding down the stream, there's a 7.2 earthquake in Peru, and I didn't know. They had a brief tsunami warning. I didn't know if Peru was okay or if something might head for Hawaii. And thank goodness, from last I heard, that the tsunamis were not really a factor. They were local and regional if they occurred. But do let me know if there's been any updates. We didn't know if anybody was hurt or what the situation was. It's a pretty remote part of the coast of Peru, south of Lima, so it's hard to get information. So let me go back up to my screenshots from last night. I just want to show you guys last night, 27th. Okay. So it was one of the strangest things I've ever seen, which is that. Okay, that's not natural. There were no lightning strikes or anything. So this is maybe somebody just went to the center of this hill. Maybe there's a rock or something, and they put their fireworks on it, lit it, and then it spread out in 360 degrees in the dry grass. So they pounced on this really quick, and I have a bunch of time-lapse images I took. This is the pre-Fumo Canyon 1 camera that we caught this last night, but it was pretty bizarre. We were just watching a minor tsunami and a major quake happening in the Pacific Ring of Fire. And as we were joking about Ring of Fire, this shows up on the camera. It was so bizarre. Weird things happen on the stream. So I suppose lightning could strike dry grass and have the same thing, but like I said, there's no lightning or moisture in sight. They cleaned this up really quickly because it just spread pretty slowly because there was not much wind at all. But that's luck. If whoever did this thought this was cool or interesting or harmless, they need to learn a lesson. They need to get reality knocked into them, like with some serious repercussions from the law. They need to know that this can turn deadly under different conditions. So this is why I ask people, if you see something, say something to authorities. It's better than, the majority of reckless arson and well, the evil kind too, is from just few individuals that repeat their behavior. Criminals repeat their behavior until they are caught generally. Sometimes they're sick and they just need treatment. But this is one of those what the heck things. So I did get some other interesting screenshots for the situation, but this is what a suspicious fire looks like. I mean, come on, guys. I want to research this a little bit later. We're gonna look at Darlene fire, of course, as well. Let's see. We did get a couple of frames that went into black and white, and they did a slow loop throughout the crew of 10 or so firefighters holding a hose. They came in from the top, and they went down the hill, and they went to the base of the hill, and they went up around and just walked around the ring with a hose to put it out. So it flipped into black and white images a couple of times. Can't tell if they're in the smoke here, but that's the lights from their little helmets and stuff. And we did get a good glimpse of during the firefighting, a better glimpse where you could see human figures and stuff. It's a pretty bright lens flare. And remember that light and heat are the same white on these images. Let's see, no, it was earlier than this. Which one was the good one? Yeah, see, you can see like the outlines of bright human figures because they're, infrared shows up with body heat too. But I will be looking into this, see what caused it. I can't remember what the name was. I may have to go back to my stream last night. But yeah, exactly. T does never assume. We've had a lot of suspicious stuff. I think the majority has been straight up accidents. Many. I did speak with a firefighter the other day. John Bruno, the retired fire captain with decades of experience. I said, why are most of these fires that are, not the lightning ones, being started by roads? Like, what exactly is going on with roads? Is it, I mean, sometimes there's no, is it all like hot engines and people parking on grass? what's going on. So he informed me that stuff falling off of vehicles oftentimes lights a fire, and people just keep driving and have no idea, especially tools. And like chains in the back of pickup beds and stuff, or people with the bed open, or they hit a bump and something just bounces out. They said a major fire was started by a crescent wrench that bounced out of a pickup truck and got chipped on the asphalt, and that sent sparks into grass. So please secure your objects. It's not just don't drag chains and don't park on dry grass. And, don't let anything bounce out. So Brass says, I'm Australian, and when I saw this last year, I was so impressed. They're still here. Yeah, how's your winter going in Australia? So we're going to go to the Darlene fire right now, first with see our heat detections. But we do have a lot of mentally ill people that are on the streets. We know that some of the major fires were allegedly started by arsonists mentally ill or not, such as the alleged person who started the Fawn fire back in 2021, wasn't it? We didn't need one. So what's horrible about California is arsonists have special protections. Can you believe it? Convicted arsonists have special rights in order to help them integrate back into society. And I am so against this. My jaw just dropped when I read about it. So if there's a suspicious fire, there's a roadblock, for example, and the police are trying to figure out, like run people's background checks and license plates as they go by the road. Somebody who committed arson and was convicted of it underneath the age of 21, like younger than that, that's hidden from the police. They can't even see it, their record. And I don't know how many years have to elapse afterwards. It's not while they're on probation, I don't think, but after a while, it's hidden on purpose from the police, and I can't believe that. Other circumstances too, like time served and then probation ends, all of a sudden it's hidden from the police. So this may explain a lot why maybe some are totally getting away when they should have been caught. Wow. All right, I hope we're back. Stupid internet problem. Okay, well, I'm taking logs right now to try to solve. Everything was great yesterday. Wow, yeah, we had good download and we had no upload. That's so weird. All right. We got great upload now. Is it back? Are we good? Refresh. Is it still buffering? Because now the VPN's off right now. It's half alive on zombie mode. Okay, did you not buffer at all, Dr. Elephant? Because we got a critical interruption right there. Technology. But at least we had a great day yesterday where nothing happened that was bad. So they are working on it. Is it good now? If you guys refresh, you could take your finger, pull down the top portion of the screen, like where the picture is. That should refresh, I hope. Kate Garcia says, let's send the reckless fire starters to work on fires and experience what they've done. I like that idea, Kate. Good to go. Live here, no issues. Okay. Weird. It's good now. All right. I still have the error. YouTube is saying, error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming, and as such, viewers will experience buffer. Poor stream status. 5:57 p.m. Okay. First stream status. I have to take a screenshot of that to show the folks that are helping me get to the bottom of this problem, they really want to work on it, which is great. So excuse me, I have to save the screenshot in my computer tech help folder. Then we'll be right here with Lapine, or there will be a new fire. Shandon, where the heck is Shandon? Seriously, I'm busy. Fires just stop for a minute, okay? Grass, 2 acres, moderate rate of spread, potential for 250 acres in San Luis Obispo County, Highway 41, northeast of Highway 46, Shandon. San Luis Obispo, okay. 1 second, guys, I've saved screenshot. Computers. Current computer problems. Okay. 6/28/2024 buffering or connection, and that was the Bay Area connection. Okay, so thank you for bearing with me. Very rare that I have internet problems, but sometimes they're here. Hey, Angela, thanks for being here. And Christopher, welcome. Okay, so are we good now? We're back to excellent. We're back to excellent. All right, so back to excellent. Second screenshot. All right. All right, well, see what's going on. Airport fire. It's San Jose Airport Boulevard. Okay, we'll check on that in a minute. We are going to check on the Darlene fire first because you guys have been waiting almost 2 hours. But I hope you understand immediate threats to life and property take precedent, because what we do is we try to get the evacuation orders out to people the moment that they occur. So Darlene 3 fire, we had our last update on watch duty 6 hours ago, and the thumbnail of the stream where it says "Get your smoky on" and there's a huge smoke column behind it. That's from the Darlene 3 fire, and I wanted to do a little shout out to KTVZ.com. Yep, isn't that nuts? That was when it first broke out. So the Darlene 3 fire, or we're just calling it the Darlene, is in Lapine, Oregon, just south of Bend and Redmond. They got tons of mutual aid. The governor immediately signed off on the extra response so that other regions helped, like Warm Springs came, Redmond, Bend. They were just immediately on the way, and it's called the Conflagration Act that they passed after the disasters of 2020. So it's very good progress, and it just goes to show that the pen is mightier than a sword. Most of our problems out here where fires are getting big is a mixture of like bad red tape, old policies that need updates, things that need streamlining, and most of them can be solved with new legislation. We don't have to cry in our beers saying everything's going to get worse because the climate's worse. Most of these problems, they only get big because of things like staff shortages and, like I said, like really old policies that are dumb. Where we saw some fires get huge just because one water truck broke down and none of the other counties nearby, in like Clickitat County, Washington last year, none of the other counties helped. So like if Washington had that bill, I don't think the Newell fire would have taken off like it did, and that one had nothing to do with climate change. Just climate change makes everything a bit harder to deal with. But for the most part, we could fix this stuff. So I want to give people enthusiasm, and we better get to it. We better adapt to overcome to our new situations. So I have the link of this ironic picture provided by Cindy Romine about what happened with the Darlene 3 fire. Our latest updates, we have the evacuation map here. We do have still mandatory evacuations, like much of Reed Road to the cemetery a bit to the east. It looks like the county line is their southernmost evacuation line. They do not have anything, not even warnings on the west side of 97, the main highway through town. And most people live on the west side. So what's that's the border with Klamath County, isn't it? Right there. So it's like Klamath County up to Paulina East Lake Road is that's the northernmost part of their evacuation zones. So like Prairie Campground is inside of it. And on notice, be ready to go at a moment's notice is, I believe that's the neighborhood they were talking about. Newbury something neighborhood, right? You locals could remind me. But the neighborhood on Roslyn Road. So they were allowed to go back. They have some damage to the infrastructure all around the power lines and the substation. So, and this deep red here is fire perimeter as we know it. And it looks like there's an air attack plane right here. Let me see. I just got a dinner order. Yeah. Yes, please, C-Probe. Yes, please, if you're watching. C-Probe puts us on the television. I noticed that on YouTube there's a button. We're going to check on the other fires real quick, make sure there's not an emergency. There's a button on my YouTube app on the phone that says watch on TV, and then it'll broadcast what's on your phone to the TV. Yeah, assuming you put it sideways instead of vertical, it'll look normal on a TV. But there's YouTube apps on smart TVs, and you could put us on the big screen. We look pretty good. It's easier to see the words and things. So we're broadcasting at 1080p, and it's thanks to your kind donations that I have the hardware's powerful enough to do this. And really, $1 right now towards the laptop fund will allow us to take this show on the road, so I could, visit friends and family and still do this. Okay, it's the Lake County line. Thank you, Lowell, for the correction. Yeah, Rath, you haven't missed that much. So let's look back. Angela, you're on it. We have to check on the airport fire, which is one of the new situations that we were waiting for new info to come down the pipe. So this, I was just going to do a quick check on this. This is the airport road fire by San Jose's airport. By which airport? Wait, C-Pro, is this? No, that's not the airport that he used to be involved with. He's involved with a charity organization called Save the Something Airport. Which one is it, C-Pro? The local developers are greedy and they want to shut it down, but it's pretty critical that if a big tsunami comes, that, well, airlifts of doctors, medicine, and food and clean water can be brought in. But the greedy developers are, of course, like spreading fear, like, your children will be born mentally retarded, basically, because of the airplane, like lead and in the fuel, and they don't have any lead in the fuel, so it's evil tactics. So I just can't remember the airport's name, but it's in the South Bay area, Reed Hillview Airport. Yeah. So if you want, yes, thank you. It's the Reed Hillview Airport, and if you that is a tax deductible charity. If you want to drop links in there, go ahead, C-Pro. But this is not the same one. This looks like San Jose Mineta. That would be that airport road. So we're coming back to Darlene in a second. I just want to see if there's anything like evacuations occurring. Just check it. Going down to California. There, the airport fire is a 1 acre fire. heavy vegetation with wind on it for running engines, upgraded to a Tier 1 wildland response. So is it not exactly by the airport? What's its cross street? I guess it is. Oh, it's the Greenway. Oh, okay. Greenway is the banks of a river. Yep, that is heavy vegetation right by Highway 87. It's Skyport Drive. Going to that looks like Southwest Plains right there. This whole aerial images. So, okay, we could possibly even have traffic cams to know if that would at all threaten structures. They've got a river as a barrier, a big freeway. Looks like pretty defensible space in general, so I don't see that we have to monitor this one. Let me know if that changes. Yeah, thanks for the link, C-Pro. Provolone or cheddar? Cheddar, please. For my meal. Thank you. C-Pro's the man. He feeds me. So, let's see. If there's any buffering problems, guys, you may just have to refresh. I'm seeing excellent connection. Thanks for your patience with that issue. Kevin Lake Road was the... All right, what other fire just do we have to monitor and go back to Darlene and do the update? The cotton fire, thank you, Smitty. 2 acres, moderate rate of spread. Okay, let's look at the cotton fire, and then we'll go right back to Darlene and Lapine, Oregon. San Luis Obispo County. In the fire burn scar 2020 past fire, it appears. South side of Highway 41. Looks, if this is new imagery, the middle of nowhere. That might be an old mine. Yeah. Or something. Okay. So this is a side of the road fire. Let's look at the cams. Lots of dry grass everywhere. Okay, 1 hour time lapse. Let's look at the general area. Yeah, sorry, blackened a lot of the landscape. I'm gonna we'll check on this from time to time, but I don't think we have anything to fear from that one. So we'll go back to Darlene. Thank you for keeping me informed, guys. Okay, so there are still mandatory evacuations in place. They're not really where people live here at the Darlene fire, but everybody is close to the east side of town, close to the 97 highway, should remain ready to go at a moment's notice because thunderstorms are the #1 thing that could cause risk back to the town of Lapine. They've done a fabulous job. The reason that Lapine is still standing is they groomed the landscape perfectly to be fire resistant. They did a lot of removal of the dead down trees. The living trees are healthy and spaced out apart from each other. So that gave them the ability to, as the fire was coming, just they lit their own fires in front of the main fire as it roared north. And then it ran into flat ground and had nothing to burn there. And so it hit a huge speed bump. And because they were able to do that, that increased the safety of all the units that were responding on Reed Road. And they went over to the cemetery to, of course, protect the historic cemetery. And plus, they had plenty of fire access roads and a little bit of luck on their side that it was a north-south kind of fire. If it was east-west, as it now has become, they had fire access roads where they could stop it. Fire came up to a T. And then there's a lovely miracle change in the wind that afternoon. And instead of going north And to the northeast, the fire took a right turn and just started going east as the wind changed direction. That bought them even more time. And because the wind wasn't blowing directly to them, they got more confident and they burned off more of the stupid pine needles and stuff on the ground. And that's what saved the day. They took advantage. First of all, preparation, like before fires. Seems like they've done that year after year, as far as I can tell with the local feedback. Luck with the weather change. They took advantage of that. They were cool, calm, and collected. State policy, where now, before fires get bad, other cities respond and get sent there. And they had just perfect coordination and good communications. What more could you want? We've never had a direct view of this fire, but we do have Mount Bachelor's Terra, the snow ski lift area. And if you look at this, which I'll share this link. This is a live view. It is up here in the corner day after day. Sometimes you see the smoke. It's how smoky is it there now? I think everybody was affected there. It just looks hazy, but so much better than the mushroom cloud we saw day after day. And Lowell Pearson says the 2215 road was also logged off this year. I'm hoping it was thinning rather than clear cutting, but that does help, absolutely. So what loggers do to promote forest health is they gather up all the branches that fell on the ground, because they don't want branches, they just want the trunks, right? And they will gather them up and burn them in piles so that it's not a fire load, for one. And fungus from some of the branches that came off. If it's on the ground, it can spread the fungus to the root system of trees and baby trees that are growing back. So they kill the fungus by they call that burning the slash. So this is fire, reduction. So what I've seen just for the photographs is they have trees that are just spaced out. That makes them super healthy. They don't compete for light. They don't have all these dead branches underneath the trees. Let's see if we can see any, share any older photos. Yeah, there's quite a few. Let's go back down. The first ones. Trying to give an example here. Wow. Just look at that, by the way. Just wow. I wish we had a cam on this fire. That's something. Now, this is a slight long exposure to get this much light to the camera. It doesn't exactly look like this. That's what you have to do in nighttime photography. So it wasn't quite that dramatic to the human eye, but it's the smoke clouds would have had a eerie peachy to reddish glow. Not blazing orange like a gemstone like this, but this gives you a good idea of why everybody is so concerned in the area. That's good photography. Let me see some of the earliest photographs. I just want to give a good example of why I was so confident that they could get a handle of this at the time. Maybe it was a media photo. Totally scary anyway. The darker smoke here, any locals, can you inform me if that was when the substation caught? I don't know what happened to the substation, if it was severely damaged or completely engulfed. But power substation fires are black, ugly things, and that would explain that. I mean, oily bushes and pines and such can burn pretty black, but I just wouldn't think that. This is mostly healthy living trees and your ordinary bushes, not like tumbling tumbleweed stuff. That's lava. It's taken from Lava Butte. When I went near the area, you'll like see off the highway just lava, like it's Hawaii, just hardened and black and nothing really growing in the landscape. Almost like it happened maybe 20 years ago. And I was shocked, just pecking at my phone. It was a house fire. I hope not. Did they save the structures? That'd be the next thing to find out. I was shocked to find out that it was like millions of years ago, and it looks like 20 years ago. Most of the lava that's on the ground and just east of the Cascades when you drive the highways north and south. Like, dang. So this stuff is hard as a rock. You can't pave over it. You can't build anything on it. I mean, it's pretty literally some of the hardest rock on Earth with just solid basalt. Massively. What do you call it? Massive density and hardness. So, yeah, well, I guess it may have been on Central Fire Info. Some of the. Oh, maybe this will. Ow, that's loud. Sorry, friends. Maybe this will. Stop it. Maybe this little video. Yeah, this video shows. Let's make this bigger. Let me readjust. Excuse me. Video size. No, I don't want to copy that video. This isn't resizing very well, friends. I'm gonna mute it so that it doesn't do that to us. Let me open it in X. So, okay. Yes, if I can pause it right there. Yeah, that's what you want to see. Not too thick, not too much brush. This is where the fire had come through and killed that tree. But you could see that the trees are spaced out, so they're not competing for light, not competing for water. Their health improves. And since they're spaced out, if one of them happens to have the fire climate, its branches not touching others, that's one way that fire spreads. It just goes to the end of the branches and goes to the next tree that way. So this is what gave me so much confidence. Like, look how spaced out it is. This is the way to make a forest very healthy. So I'm very sorry if any structures were lost, of course, and for the fear of the community experience. It's much better to have the situation be under controlled burn aspects. But this is why the pine is still standing, because this didn't become a giganto fire that could have created its own weather, created its own wind pattern, and then swept into the town. This is all you can ask for. I would feel very comfortable living in the pine, much more comfortable than many, say, places in California. Yeah, hey, Sabi, thanks for coming in, Sabi. All right, let's go back up. I'm sorry I missed some chat. Angela Round says that's closer to Alum Rock. The airport fire is in a very industrial area. Yeah, thank you for keeping us informed about that. So Flapping Wing says, I drove to the pine and saw no fire or smoke, just a bunch of tourist traffic. I saw no engines or anything related, and it was weird. When was that, Flapping Wings? Let's see. Angela Round says the Pizona fire makes me laugh. My friend Hoser flew Tinker 89 for many years. I brought lasagna for group lunch, and he called it a Pizona. Okay. Yes, and if you guys can make the video trend, like button, please. Appreciate it. Yeah, you're not good at cloak and dagger stuff. You're very good at frontal assault, though. Oh, they lost 2 homes. I'm so sorry. That's what we were about to look at. Is what happened? They responded as quickly as possible, and we did hear that when they were at some place that was called Canyon Road or something, they said, how's structure protection doing? When we were listening live on the radio when it broke out, and they said, we are, in that hesitation in their voice, let me know that something was going wrong. They said, we are picking and choosing whatever we can save, basically. So they that meant that they were just going with the ones more likely to survive and protecting those. They couldn't be everywhere at once. So after a while on the radio it said no more structure protection south of Reed Road because the fire's already gone through there. And they needed everybody to stop the fire from moving north towards the other neighborhoods. So, let's see. Do we have? Hey, Redman, thanks for being here too. Thank you for your kind support and generous donations. Super chat, super stickers are a great way to support the stream. Like even $1 helps. 20% of the viewers did that. We'd be on our way to our laptop and improved audio in no time. Improving the audio and the microphone situation is next. And let's see what else we have for the Darlene fire. Let's go to their Facebook pages. Chutes County Sheriff, I don't think we ever had any updates after it happened other than these crazy photos. Yeah, that's just photos. Central Oregon Fire info. That's our links in the description of this video for the evacuations. I think are still present. If you need a link to any of this information, I'll gladly provide it. So let's see. They must have had a let's file that. Yeah, it was Deschutes County different Facebook page. No, not Facebook. Hey, we'll go with Watch Duty's latest info and yeah, Deschutes.org/emergency for evacuation alerts and info. Earlier today, around noon, they made updates to their evacuation zones. They downgraded those by the highway and the northeast corner to level 2, just be ready to go at a moment's notice. Be set, ready, set, go. Residents should understand there's still risk and they should be prepared to evacuate at a moment's notice. And different zone was no downgraded to no evacuation notice. Let's see, there's a map here. Oh, that's right. Forest Service. This is their closure information. So this might hurt the local economy a little bit. I don't know if you still get to Newberry and recreate there, but they've closed down a bunch of campgrounds and such. McKay Crossing, Prairie Campground, Ogden Group Camp. So it'll be until October 1st, these closures, or until further notice. See what else do we have as an update. Virtual community meeting. Streaming live on Facebook, Deschutes County. That was the Facebook channel I didn't have. Oh, my phone jingled. How are the other fires going, by the way, guys? Thank you so much for your kind $25 donation, Robert. We are on our way to a laptop. Guess what I was doing right before I had to go live? And the dryer vent cleaning people showed up that I forgot about. I was trying to tally the last week's laptop fundraiser, everything. So I'm sorry, I'm still not done with that. I just begun. And knock, knock, knock. Can you turn your dryer on? I need to open the vent thing. I'm like, oh, they're here to clean that. I also had second round of noise from yard work people. Yeah, so I could only go live at 4 o'clock today. So, but do keep me informed. Let me make sure that I'm not reaching my maximum watch duty limit. I have to swipe away or I don't hear anything new. Like my phone goes silent and fires break out and I have no idea. It may be a Samsung limitation, but I'm still working with watch duty people to try to see if there's any way to get around it. So yes, let me Swipe this stuff away. We'll be doing the Basin fire and back to Fresno County's existing fires. Right after the Darlene we analyze here. So I have not looked at the Adobe fire yet. That was from earlier. And the Little Valley fire, that's 18,000 or so acres. This Oregon had crazy thunderstorms and lightning the wet day before yesterday. That fire went from 550 to 500 to 10,000 acres in like 45 minutes. It was insane. But that was far eastern Oregon, away from inhabitations, and thank God away from the little community of Little Valley. That was dodging a bullet right there. Also, in Livermore, a vegetation fire was stopped. There was a garage fire that had gone into vegetation, but that's okay in Livermore. So I'm sorry. What now? There's 100% containment on the Celilo Park fire. Wherever that was. Sounds like the Columbia River. Yeah, Wasco County, Oregon. Great. That was just a 4-acre deal. Turning off notifications. Okay, we gotta whack-a-mole. Where do we find out about structure loss, for example? 2 hours ago, there was a community meeting. I have not, Newberry Estate subdivision. That, yeah, it was Newberry something. That, they totally saved that neighborhood. They did a great job. They're dropping water on a Burbank fire right now. Newberry is still open. Great. Well, what I tell people is, when a community's been affected by a fire like this, go there and buy something. You know, don't think like, oh, they'll hate me for being there. No, just as long as you go into the town and buy something, doesn't matter what it is. You're not like a gawker or something. You know, you're helping them recover. You know, stay in the area if you can, but don't cancel your plans just because that's in the area. The smoke is much reduced, I hear, and it's looking pretty decent. Let's watch the community meeting. They have a tendency to put these on Facebook, and like everybody is on Facebook, you have to have an account and log in. And that's a lot of people that don't have a computer and they just have a flip phone for emergencies. The older people, generations, may just not really like this situation, and so this is what our channel does: we watch stuff on Facebook together and put things on Twitter, because people that are not plugged into that can't see any of this information. So let me see what the duration is. Oh my God. My ears just shattered. I'm so glad I had that pre-muted for you guys. These things play at maximum volume as soon as you touch them. I want to write Mark Zuckerberg a letter. Like, why does that happen? Okay, so let me tone down this scene volume. Let's see, are we good? Can't really see the comments on the right. No, I don't want to contact. See all comments. That's cut off a little bit. Let me resize our window. All right, should be good. But this is 45 minutes. So a highlight. They took live questions and whatnot. We were in the middle of dealing with emergencies, so okay, they're making good progress on that airport fire in San Jose or whatever. Okay. I'm not sure that we should watch this entire. This is 45 minutes, guys. Has anybody seen this? Is this worth watching the entire thing, or is there a summary? I'd hope that there would just be a summary of what happened. Let's see. 6 hours ago, after consulting with fire managers, the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office is lowering evacuation levels, and we knew about that. Russ says, oh, hey, Cardi, how are you? Lenovo had a LOQ 15 AMD $400 off a few weeks ago. My friend bought it, and I put Linux on it, and it's a great laptop. What kind of discrete graphics card, though, does it have? I need at least 50s card, 60s card would be better. So that's the moolah. It's not just the processor power, it's the graphics card. Those two things you can't upgrade. I can upgrade to a solid state, and I can put in more RAM myself, but those two things you can't change. Those two things drive up the laptop price. So we will hopefully do this in time for the 4th of July sales and or the Amazon Prime Day, which is like around the 17th or something. Vote. But we could, I'm not sure how many people are actually watching right now. This is the Facebook page. If that was less than 45 minutes, we'd be okay. But there's a situation in Fresno County that I said we would check on next. So that's the link to it. It's already occurred. What I want to do is find out right now just what's one of the best ways. The local news channel, maybe? Is this a local channel? I've not heard of it. This says no homes were lost on News Channel 21. That they did not lose any, and I haven't heard of them being lost either. I would have thought that there was just damage. Is there a bigger article on it? Wow. In other news, the Weather Service confirms destructive southeast Oregon and western Idaho storm was a microburst. Whoa. That's the kind of thing that takes airplanes and throws them out of the sky onto the ground. It's a downward boom. No wonder some of the fires got insane. Hovering helicopters return in the Deschutes National Forest. They're hosting more aviation repellers training. I guess that's one way to put firefighters next to a fire. They go down ropes like Navy SEALs instead of using the parachutes. Wow. Okay, let's check out this news blurb. 42% containment. They had a good turn to the weather. Cooler, calmer weather. Some evacuees and firefighters head home, but no homes are lost. Okay. Oh, they do have a summary. When was this updated? 6:32 p.m. minutes ago. Okay, it was updated minutes ago. Okay. Yeah, that's fresh. I can dig it. Firefighters, courtesy of News Channel 21 KTVZ, link in the description of the video. Firefighters on the 3rd day of the Darlene 3 fires southeast of La Pine have lined and been making more steady progress amid cooler, calmer weather and have reached 42% containment, the officials said this morning. The reduced risk has lowered some areas, including the Newberry Estates, from level 3 go now status to level 2 be set. Cooler temperatures and calmer winds during the day on Thursday allowed crews to increase containment lines with the help of dozers and return drops, Friday's update stated. Some spotting occurred yesterday, Thursday, to the east, but crews continue to aggressively seek and suppress any spot fires beyond the current containment lines. crews have established patrols around the entire perimeter of the fire and will take advantage of the cooler, calmer weather of the next 2 days to harden containment lines and reduce the risk of flare-ups within the burn footprint. So if we turn to the map, we can interpret this into plain English, where these are evacuation zones of light red and stuff, but the fire's perimeter, which they map with aircraft at night using infrared, they've got it surrounded. So that's where it is. Wind and other things will try to push burning embers over the line. Now where they have completed their work, where they have widened the lines, mostly by bulldozers, plowing anything flammable under and creating a dirt road basically next to existing roads, or just creating their own little line. It's basically like a dozer line it's basically like a road that you oftentimes can drive on. It's just not tamped down, like it's 4-wheel drive kind of a situation. Sometimes they go up and over hills and it's not like a drivable thing. But in general, fires try to move around on the ground. And thank God, this never got into the tops of the trees. If they had dead, unhealthy trees in the landscape, that could have happened. But we saw very little of that. They have really groomed this area and removed hazardous trees. So the percentage of containment doesn't mean, hey, we've got it surrounded. It's we're done. We are confident that where we have completed the work and made the lines stronger, that the fire cannot cross those lines. That's what black line means on their little battle maps, and that's where you would see that's the perimeter of containment. We don't have a battle map here. We don't know where their lines are finished or not. It can be pretty difficult to come by those maps unless they're released it to the public or to the news media outlets. But 42% containment, it sounds really good. They have taken advantage of the weather, and I'm still very confident they'll button this up somewhat quickly, probably. So we'll keep this one on watch. If locals want to tell me what the smoke conditions are like, if you have any questions, we'll try to find out what's going on. Carney says I'm a fan of Lenovo build quality. Yeah, my mom's had Lenovo's for the last couple of years, and they've been pretty dang solid. My HP NV360 that blew up, that was $2,000. I'll never buy an HP again. 1-year warranty. I thought it was 2. I called like a month after the warranty expired, and then it's like, well, I said, look, I plugged it in, and it almost lit my room on fire. Like, it overheated while charging. This is a fire hazard. Like, but it's not under warranty. So it functions. I just can't turn it on. HP, shake fist. I'll never buy one again. So it's a beautiful, elegant laptop that had like rose gold accents and stuff, and it's a beautiful paperweight that could spontaneously combust. But what's really good is the kind that you can fold under, and they're called Flex. They're called the Lenovo's that you can fold under and you can draw on the screen, use it like a tablet, or like a real estate agent can have a PDF on it. Sign here, please. To begin purchasing this house. It's great for all kinds of business like that. And I found that when I live streamed a couple of times from mine that did that, the HP, I could take a stylus and I could draw on the map, and I could broadcast that here. So even if I'm at home and we get a laptop with a touch screen where you can draw on it, I'll be able to draw just like they do. Like, here's the wind direction. That's where the fire's going. And I could circle homes in danger. I can draw my own evacuation map and pencil it in before the officials can complete theirs. And I could say, this neighborhood, circle it. That one's in danger. That's what they just said on the radio. And that will be very useful, not just for taking the show on the road, but I can use it every day, like in my lab. So instead of HP and buying another one of those, we'll be probably looking at perhaps a yoga. That's what the nicer ones are called in Lenovo. We'll price check those. The budget versions are called Flex. So Flex 4s and Flex 5s. If you don't need super graphical power like I do, I highly recommend and have worked on a lot of the Lenovo Flex. Those are good value if anybody needs computer advice. Just that we need a little bit more. We need a bit more power graphically. So, let's see. Oh, here's their map. I was hoping it would explain Blackline. This is more of a road closure map. If I do come across battle maps, I will let you guys know for the Darlene fire. Now, maybe later tonight we can play the community meeting, or I could play it and upload as a different video on YouTube. For the people who don't want to log into Facebook, right? Checking on the cotton fire at San Luis Obispo. It's middle of nowhere. 50 acres is its last update 23 minutes ago. Does anybody have any questions about what we were going over? We're going to go to Fresno County now. Check on the Basin, the flash/bolt fires. Yesterday we had a funny joke from the bash mode that came on. They renamed the flash and bolt fires because they grew together. It's part of the Fresno Lightning Complex. I mean, that's one in the middle of nowhere that we'll keep an eye on in San Luis Obispo County. I see it's really the middle of nowhere. So I'm not that concerned about it at this time. Zooming on down to Fresno County, the Basin has produced this gigantic smoke cloud that has just been everywhere. Just, I'm sure it's unhealthy air levels. We do have CAL FIRE Fresno County here to check out, make sure we're looking at the latest. So, 2 minutes ago, we had a post, a PM update for the Fresno June Lightning Complex. Okay, that's their second name change. So at first it was the bolt fire and then the flash fire. I don't know if the flash fire was lightning based, but I believe the bolt was. We know the hog was. We know the Basin was. And all of the smaller ones they pounced on, like 14 others. So when it grew together yesterday, they then said, well, we're going to call it the bolt/flash fire. What a mouthful. I was complaining about that with my swelling from my recent dental thing still a little present. I'm still tripping over my own tongue sometimes. And I was complaining like bolt/flash fire. How are they supposed to say that over the radio and not trip over their own tongues too? So DeBashmode cracked this joke and said, let's call it Flashy McBoatface fire. Flashy McBoltface. A reference to Bodie McBoatface. The running gag from years ago where in Britain they said, oh, name our research vessel, and they had a poll, and one of the BBC guys said they should call it Boaty McBoatface, and then everybody voted for that. So they did. They named it Boaty McBoatface. That's the internet for you, right? So we can call it the Flashy McBoltfire. Then they renamed it the Fresno June Lightning Complex and took away our phone. That is a legion of CAL FIRE vehicles right there. And you can see some of the vegetation here. This is their latest update. Came down the pipe 2 minutes ago. The complex Fresno June Lightning Complex consists of 3 large fires in the eastern Fresno County. Please look at the fact sheet. So it looks like the fact sheet got updated. They have an operational update that is 2 minutes long. Now that we could play. So let me adjust the volume for you guys first, and I'll unmute it. See if this will get bigger. Please get bigger. No, not that big. Okay. Is that big enough? If they get a map out, I'll full screen it, but that'll be annoying to resize the window again. Let me adjust volume.
This is for the June Lightning Complex in Fresno.
Okay, here we go.
Hey, good morning, Jeremiah Whitwer, Operations, CAL FIRE Team 5. This is for the June Lightning Complex in Fresno. Situational update, currently the fire's at 10,669 acres. Containment right now is at 37%. A total of 1,539 personnel assigned to the incident right now. We're going to take a dive in, a little situational update. We're going to start down here on the Highway 180 corridor. We do have the road closures in place right now. We're currently assessing and evaluating when the potentially that we can get those reopened, both on Highway 180 and Elwood Road. Crews were able to make really good progress working in some good depth, 300 to 400 feet of good mop up yesterday, coming all the way down in here into Yokuts Valley, proper in the community. Not a lot of activity on last night, and that shows from the work that was done over yesterday's shift. As we work into north into the Wonder Valley area and the Wonder Valley Ranch, everything was looking really good. The fire held up on the mid-slope road there yesterday, and crews were able to get another 400 feet of mop up into that area. The top side left over here, which was initially the bolt fire, you notice we're starting to get some black liner crown. The top side here looking really good. Up top, so we got that separate fire up there. That was the hog fire off of Hogback Mountain and the Watts Valley area. Crews did really well getting the containment lines in there yesterday, and still working on button up and mop up for a couple hundred feet back in there. One of our big priorities that we're continuing to work on, and we're going to come over here to the map. This is our contingency plan working across the top. This is Hopewell Road, right off of Highway 180. As you notice, the dozer lines made some improvements yesterday, got in there and did some really good work. We're continuing to open that up and hopefully have that by tomorrow morning. Everything that's on this pink line here should be black X's on the map, and that is showing that it's completed dozer line across our fire.
Okay, hope that was informative. We do want to look at that battle map. That's from earlier today, of course, because it shows where the black line is. So I will have to annoyingly redo the thing. We'll just look at it. That's terrible quality, but better than nothing. I may have access to these maps. It's hard to sort through the insane amount of information that gets uploaded to it's a FTP server, so it's not an easy navigational website, and not all the fires will have these maps available to the public. So I hope this one does. Oh, we have a donation. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much for the donation towards the laptop fund. And do not ever be embarrassed, guys, about everything. Every little thing counts. If we have 20% of everybody just gave $1, we've had views ranging from 2,500 people to 4,000 on each of these videos. Really, that's why I'm only asking for $1. So thank you for donating more than that. And we are on our way to victory, and I'm super appreciative. This is not cheap. Video production is not cheap, and or else everybody would do it. And so, what many of these smaller expenses that add up on the stream are, especially like subscriptions to newspapers and such, so we can read the articles. We need those things can be like $5 a month. So, everyone, thank you so much for any amount of donation. You all are helping immensely. And I'm sorry if I've missed any. My phone is not doing all notifications. but we will tally this up and get a total soon. I think we're over $600, guys. So do keep it coming. We'll be on our way to professional stream quality in no time. So the black line is, like I was saying, is where they have containment. So I don't know if you can see my mouse, it's tiny. As soon as we get a third monitor or like a touchscreen laptop set up, I'll be able to draw like I used to, big pen, and illustrate what I'm showing, not just a tiny mouse cursor, So the northern section of the bolt and flash fires, which have grown together, now it's just called the Fresno Lightning Complex. We're gonna get to the Basin next. Up there is the hog fire, by the way. It's like way up there, and things are looking good as far as I know. Hey, we just had a Darlene fire update. 50% containment on that one. It's increased 8% today. So oftentimes as the weather continues to improve, fire containment goes up rapidly as long as the terrain isn't like hell to work with, And the Darlene fire in the pine, it's flat. They got every chance of just really making 100% containment probably in just days from now. Okay, back to the flash/bolt/ Fresno Lightning Complex fire/hog fire. I said that all correctly. Okay, where we have black line is the northern section. That's looking great. Now where you see the squiggles that are not solid black, those are the dozer lines that are under construction. And they got their work cut out for them here because of the hilly nature of this beast. However, what the good news is here is that it's mostly oak up in these hills. And like even though we saw the camera burn over of Bear Mountain, that was over very quickly, and most of the grass has just burned off. So wherever the grass has burned off, it's very unlikely that they'll ever have any kind of seriously fast rate of spread ever again for the season. We had an unusually wet spring and lots of thick grass that grew up, nipple high, and then it died. So I should say shoulder height, excuse me. I was thinking of cow's udder. Okay, never mind what I just said. Anyway, the tall and thick grass died off. No matter how much new rain we get or moisture, it doesn't become green again. But once it's burned off, it's gone. So the grass burns the quickest. It moves the fire just like across the landscape the quickest. It endangers homes the most. Wherever it's already gone, those areas are pretty dang safe. They just have to go and extinguish the hot spots that are like down in the holes, root systems of dead trees, stumps, and the little areas where the fire skipped before. Sometimes the wind can blow it back to them, and those little areas are called pockets, and they can be large or small, but they tend to be small, like say a creek bed for half a mile or something. Sometimes the fire will skip that area because it's driven away from it by the wind, and it'll come back later. So you'll still see some smoke and such generated, but the southern side here, we're talking about the 180 highway? I can't remember, 184, the one that goes through Squaw Valley up into the hills. They've got a huge secondary chunk of black line where it's done, and they are confident fire does not pass black line. That's what the containment percentage is. So you can see that they've got a lot of dozer work here. They have decent roads, at least up to Bear Mountain. That's a new fire, is it? Let me check on Livermore again. Hold on. These are the battle maps, also called the briefing maps, where they brief their staff, and it shows you what they're doing. Where the fire is. It's basically just on the edges of the map where you have the red. So if we were to see on the cameras as it gets to be dusk, like a line of flames, that's where these red edges are. I can't read chat right now. I'll get back to it in a second. The stuff that's in the interior, they will make dozer lines, probably next to existing little roads. Maybe they'll make completely new ones. But like I said, oaks resist fire so much. We watched that one night. Shut up and talk and watch, Diddy. Hang on. That one night that the camera hill burned over, it did not harm any trees in sight whatsoever. Just was a grass fire. The hill, what? The hill basically was a bright thing on fire because it was the building at the top underneath the radio tower that was on fire. But for some reason, nobody was there to protect it. So, C-Probe, if you're listening, I think I could take a break to go or for mealtime. We'll see though, and unless this new fire has something. Check on Livermore real quick. Yep. Livermore, what's going on with you? There you go. Watch duty. Livermore. Hit. I just cursed myself. I just said I think I could take a break. Oh no. Now there's the caliente fire. Caliente means hot in Spanish. But that sounds ridiculous to people who speak Spanish. Of course, fire is hot. San Diego County, Pinyon Mountain Road in California Riding and Hiking Trail, and Shelter Valley. There is a community called Shelter Valley. That's the town. But let me see if we need to look at it. 50 by 50 feet and light fuels, slow rate of spread per unit on scene. We'll keep that. Keep an eye on that. What I'm trying to say here, let's just spit it out, is as long as they patrol the edges here, I think they can start filling this in with black line. The terrain is a difficult challenge, but I'm feeling better about the situation, better than we were the other days. They just need to not have a big windstorm pick up. That would be something where the hot spots that are currently still burning, like the stumps and the down dead trees, maybe the wind could fan it to life next to an unburned pocket, and then the wind could take it over their lines. But I think that, fingers crossed, as long as the weather holds, that ours roads here, that they've got a very good plan here. Let me go back to look at the chat. You can tell that I'm low blood sugar. I do need to eat real quick. We're gonna start buffering when talk something began. Yeah. So let me look back at the chat. C-Probe says, oh yeah, thank you, C-Probe, for preparing dinner. Hey, Jerry, Selection 420, how are you doing? So we have to look at the Basin fire because the Basin fire is on federal land, even though it was a lightning strike near where the hog fire is. That means the Forest Service has it. And we've seen some insanity with the Basin fire. Whoops. I don't know what that's about. Let's go to our cams. The Delilah 1 and 2. Yeah, have given us the best look at it. Here's a 12. Of course, it went into rotation mode. Here's a 12-hour time lapse of the Basin. Now, smoke is good. Like, not being able to see it is good. That means there's not a lot of wind to fan it up, and smoke smothers a fire, buys them some time. It kind of chokes on its own CO2 in a way, like its own. It's not getting the air that it wants. We saw it just rip roar through the area in yesterday's stream and go over where Balt's camp is at, which I think somebody has informed us. I haven't verified is like a PG&E, mostly structures next to their powerhouse. I want to know, did we have any losses there, or were they able to save the area? It looked like there's at least one residence there from old 2007 Google Maps. I don't know if it's company owned or what the nature of the community of Balt's Canyon is, but this is our last 12 hours. And I will be able to tell a heck of a lot more about what's going on when the sun finally sets and it goes into infrared. So this is our last and latest view. We have an early sunset phenomenon here, even though it gets dark like almost at 9 o'clock, because we're still June is some of the longest days of the year. Larry Green, thank you so much for your $20 donation. Your super supporter, S tier. Thank you for, and your samurai dog is awesome. Thank you, guys. Larry has day in, day out been an awesome supporter. We'll be able to see through the smoke when it flips into black and white infrared. Now let's check with the Forest Service and see what they have to say about what's going on. So if you need a link to know more about the Basin, looks like Sierra National Forest Facebook page. Yeah, it's based out of Clovis. What? Watch the Caliente fire has a potential for 1 acre. Okay, don't bother me about it. 1 hour ago, they released this information to provide for public safety due to post-fire hazards and restoration operations in the area. Forest Supervisor Dean Gould has issued a forest order temporarily closing the Nelder Grove historic area. Didn't they already say this? Just a reprint. I read this yesterday. Yeah. Okay. And they have a morning operational update from yesterday. Wait a second. All right, refresh. Okay. Please tell us more. They have no set date for when Highway 81 is, or 81 Road is slated to reopen. They said we'll keep providing updates on all reopenings as our staff continues to work on repairs and restoration. Okay. So 2 hours ago, sheriff's deputies worked to evacuate campers as the Basin fire grows. Fresno County Sheriff's deputies are assigned to our off-highway vehicle safety team. They're combining with Sierra National Forest. They are searching now for campers and ordering them to leave the area. That's the thing about the zones where there's still no cell phone service. People are out there recreating, and then all of a sudden they see a mushroom cloud of smoke. Like, I could tell you, I got behind a fire lane once on complete accident, just trying to drive to the California coast in like 2017 or something. I was just like, it's awful smoky. I know there's wildfire in the areas, but man, it's getting really smoky. Why have I not seen another car in this road for 2 hours? I turn on AM radio, nothing. FM, of course, nothing either. Just crackling. No cell phone service. And I was like, wait a second, this is bad. I turned a couple more corners, and then all over the road was black ground. And I thought, well, I guess a wildfire went through here a week ago. And then I saw the ground was smoking in some places, and I stopped the car and I was like, okay, what do I do? And I realized the fire had just passed. Like, I was just in the low foothills of the California coast. But the road was windy. You just can't see long distance ahead of you. That's when I realized, oh my God. Like, it just crossed the road in front of me. I went further around the corner, and that's when I began to think for the first time, where do I shelter in a wildfire? I had no idea. It's before I knew anything about culverts or anything. It's before I knew anything about fire that other than defensible space for your home. Forward progress has been stopped in Livermore. Great. So we don't have to check on that one. Awesome. So, all right. They are still looking for hikers that are possibly in the area. The Basin fire is growing, and it has triggered evacuation orders for zones K31, K40. They have most recently added zones K29 and K30. We'll show the map in a second. Road closure signs have been placed on the perimeter of the fire. Yeah. Oh, guess what? When I finally found my way out of the wildfire, and I watched it, it went over some ranches off in the distance. I did not see another living person in the area. People had evacuated. No structures were lost at the time. But I carefully made my way down the road forward where I was going because I knew behind me there was still grass to burn. So even though it was it seemed counterintuitive, every instinct in me made me want to go back where I was. I realized I'm safer if I drive forward to where the grass already burned on each side of the road, and I'd be safe in my car. On the road, as long as no trees could fall down on me, so I carefully inched forward. And then helicopters started buzzing over my head. This is all I knew about the situation. And then forward, I saw a roadblock with signs saying, "Don't enter the road I'm on." And I came out of the boonies, and all the cops just stared at me like, "How did you get past the roadblock?" I'm like, "What roadblocks?" So I had entered the Coast Range west of Maxwell in Williams, California. And right after I did, they put a road closure sign behind me. So I had to wait for them to move the roadblocks to get past. And I said, yeah, you may want to have pilots look for people trapped behind the lines in the future, man. Jeez. Oh, I'm sorry. They take off the Fresno County warning there. So we'll look at the map in a second. I'm not hearing anything good so far about any plans about how they're going to catch or what they're going to do about the Basin fire. Is it on InstaWeb? I hope it's on InstaWeb. Dude, the federal ones go on InstaWeb, don't they? So we get more information. Yeah, Basin. Go to incident. Last updated 8 hours and 34 minutes ago. And they have the size of 5,600 acres. It's got to be bigger than that. Quite a bit bigger than that by now. I expect, and they have a 0% containment, that they'll upgrade that tonight. Maybe after they fly over the plains with infrared stuff by 11 or midnight, and it'll be quite a bit bigger than that. I imagine it's at least 8,500 acres at least. But we'll look at our heat spot maps in a second. The fuels involved are a mix of grass, light brush, and oak hardwoods. The oak is the best thing here. You really have to stack a lot of flammable material at the base of an oak for a long time and keep adding it to get an oak tree to burn. So once it reaches a higher elevation, so it gets towards the pine type trees, and later, hopefully it does not get towards the sequoias, but that'll be a different game. That'll be much harder to deal with. If they can stop it as a grass fire in the hills, that is their best chance, but yeah. So they said the lightning storm passed through the High Sierra Ranger District on the 24th of June. 18 wildfires resulted. 18 wildfires resulted. Fire crews successfully contained 17, but this was the 18th that got out of hand. And it was, they just couldn't get access to it early. Just didn't have fire access roads, which federal land here, you gotta write your congressman. We need fire access roads in the federal land. We can't save forests by letting them burn up. mega fires. That's the one big thing that can kill sequoias. So, see, cause lightning. Outlook, strong winds are expected until Saturday, and temperatures and humidity patterns are anticipated to remain the same throughout the weekend. Temperatures are expected to trend upwards starting on Monday. So, if they can do anything to stop its eastward progress, that would be best. The good news is, as we have been seeing on the cams, there's almost no wind at night, very little, and so the smoke sank down into the canyons and kept a lid on it. That's buying them time, but as soon as high winds get on it, it'll be a rip-roaring monster again. It's in canyons, deep canyons. That's going to act as a wind tunnel. It's like sticking your finger in the garden hose. It accelerates wind speeds in the canyons. And it's higher than everywhere else, like where the wind gauges are. Hey, welcome back, Husky. Yay! I think is my dinner ready? So Rob Lingsdorf says on older maps, Shelter Valley is called Earthquake Valley because of a major earthquake there over a century ago. Wow, Rob, that's nuts. Okay. Yeah, welcome back, Husky. We were looking at the Basin. It's hard to get information. This has not been updated in 8 hours. We were looking. We look at watch duties information as well. The Darlene fire, guys, if you didn't know, has just been updated to 50% containment, up from 42 this morning. See if watch duty has an assortment. They have increased evacuations around the Basin fire. I can't find out what happened at Balch Camp yet. Hopefully they'll stay somewhere here. While I go and eat, I have an idea. We could put on the community meeting for the Darlene. Is anybody still here that wants to watch the Darlene community meeting? It's 44 minutes long. So that should give me some time to get blood sugar back and get my brain cells active again. So let's see. Wait a second. This is contradictory to what InstaWeb said. So the InstaWeb update was 8.5 hours ago, but 7 hours ago on the radio they said the fire was 7,400 acres. Yeah, like I said, it's way bigger than the 5,000 something that they were saying this morning. I bet by tonight it's at least 8.5. Could be 10,000 really by morning, I imagine. It's hard to say because I'm not familiar with the area and I don't know. We won't have a clear view of it until tonight with the infrared. And then we only have one camera angle in general, which is tough. So right now it's playing dead. It's just slowly spreading out. As soon as hot weather and wind hits it, expect a raging inferno monster. This is my biggest fire of concern for California, and I think for anywhere right now. They have been doing great progress on the Applegate fire in Jackson County, Oregon. That was my previous biggest fire concern. I think what's going on with the lightning complex and the bolt and the flash, I have good confidence for that area. People should still be ready to go at a moment's notice in Squaw Valley or Yakut, or however you say that, and over by Dunlap. I don't think it would take too much wind to push it into Dunlap if it jumped the preliminary lines they have, but they have everything going for them with highway access. 180 or was that 182 down there? It's just that once it's on either side of a canyon and climbs it, it's out of their control. So if they could stop it, the flash and the bolt from crossing the main north-south road. I can't remember what that is now. That'll be the best hope. And they've already done structure protection there. And I believe they may be done with structure protection in Squaw Valley. We'd have to dig a little deeper. So for radio traffic 7 hours ago in the Basin, they had an increased map. It's active mostly on the west side of the North Fork of the Kings River. Visibility is clearing up well this morning on the southwest side. Is now west of the Bulge Camp area. Why? Did the wind blow it back on itself? Is it still east of the Bulge Camp? I mean, we saw heat detections all over Bulge Camp, so however that we were waiting on pins and needles, they said Bulge Camp could be impacted within an hour, and then they didn't say what happened there. So 5 hours ago, the last thing they did was split. Oops, I already have this open in window. The Fresno County evacuation map. So they've got a large mandatory evacuation map. They're still looking for campers and hikers that may be stuck in here to get them out. See, there's Bulge Camp. So if we have a fire perimeter map, I don't know if they really have one available here. Yeah. Base, yeah, that's base. Okay, yeah, I love that. The base map selection is awesome. We can make it look like whatever we need it to. USA topo maps. Wow, a lot of details. US Geological Survey version. Mid-century map. But to save on our headaches and nighttime view, we can do darker mode, dark chaos. Colored pencil. What do we have it? National Geographic style. Yeah, this is about the cleanest that we can look at. See some terrain. Someone can inform me how to put the fire perimeter as an overlay. Road closures review. I just don't see it as an option. Okay, I hear you. I hear you, Z-Pro. I'll be right over. You know, let me peck around on my phone, see if I'm going to put on the Darlene Fire 45-minute long community meeting, just to give me some time to eat, friends, and we'll be back. C-Prop says I have no clue what you're saying. Could you please repeat that in American? El no, es suficiente. Okay. Yeah, we do not have as much information as we really want here. Cal Topo, let's look at the heat layer. Fire activity. Its most active part is the west, lining up with all of our earlier updates. And that's where it's being fed the most oxygen from the west wind coming up into the canyon. So there will be at least some wind movement coming from the west every day that we have. It's hot in California. That's basically every day in the summer. Because hot air rises, it rises up and moves up in elevation. As soon as sun sets and the cold air sinks, it'll reverse direction and go back the way it came towards the valley. So you will have this western section of the fire most activity because it's getting the most fresh air by day and by night. So I am very concerned about it spreading due east here in Kings Canyon. So these round heat detections, think of it as the margin of error, a little bit more pinpointy than, a lot more pinpointy, precise than the big squares, which are the latest information. You have to look at what time the satellite passed over. Or modus and Veers. Let's just do modus and Veers. So here it's actually today, and that was at 2 o'clock Pacific. About 2:15, somewhere within the big round circles, heat was detected. It's margin of error, remember? So this was at 11 in the morning, the last time the Modus Severe's satellites came by. Now we can go to GOES detections. And the last time heat was detected was beyond 12 hours ago in this gray square, wherever the gray squares are. Remember, it's all margin of error there. So this satellite passed over two minutes ago, looks like. So the yellow means that from 1 to 6 hours ago, there was a heat detection, something just as bad as before or worse, like a flare-up. But everywhere that's gray, gray is, it's like 12 hours older or older. So red is in the last 10 minutes from the last time the satellite came by, which was just 4 minutes ago. In the last 10 minutes, we have activity. So this lines up at on the west side, and right here, this is where it's the most active and serious. Right here at the Kings River Powerhouse. Assuming that still exists right there, probably does. So let's put on, unless we have another fire to check on right now that's like active and concerning. Oh, you were talking to Wrath. Okay. It can't mention that word until after 10 o'clock. Okay, it's family-oriented show until 10 o'clock. All right, now, even in joking. You know what I'm saying, Wrath. Don't make me enforce disciplinary actions. Hey, Urban, how you doing? A whole bunch of towns have posted no personal fireworks order, but wonder how many will heed the warnings. Yeah, I knew that. I knew it would happen. I hate being right. They'll sell fireworks before red flag warnings come, even though it looks like they're coming, and the weather it looks terrible for fire spread. And they'll wait to ban the fireworks sales until after they've sold a bunch. Just get ready for a wild week. Strap in. So let me turn on. Rewinding back to the Darlene fire, we will put on the community meeting. I will just be very close by. In fact, I don't know if Sea Probe's coming here or not. So if the stream has an interruption or some screw up, sound or something, I won't be sitting right here at the desktop, but I'll be monitoring chat, seeing if it's functional, and I'll come back and fix it. Oh, I was just giving a warning. I wasn't going to time him out because, look, okay, when I'm on it, guys. Don't worry. Just, oh, Samson Miller, thank you. You're going to email me some info. Okay, I'll check that. But I have to eat, otherwise I go brain dead with no blood sugar. So let me set up the community meeting for Darlene Fire. Not, is anybody still here watching it? I can at least write down the timestamp that we did it. So we had, we're waiting for new updates with the Basin. We may not know it's true. It's true scope and size until after midnight, whenever they fly a plane over. But we'll get a better idea, at least at dusk, when it flips over into infrared. That was the Basin fire. Now we're going to go to the Darlene community meeting from earlier. It's 45 minutes long. That should give me ample time to get a good meal in and rest my voice. If I don't take voice breaks, I'll just lose it again. Okay, so let me.
Hi, I'm Stephen Myers with the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office. I'm a public information officer. Welcome to the virtual community meeting for Darlene 3 Fire. We're going to get started at 4 o'clock.
Okay, I'm just going to rewind it to, oh yeah, I have to fix the window. Whoops, guys, let me know when I do that. That's, if I go to full screen, our windows go nuts. You have to, bear with me, you have to tell me because I usually don't crank my head all the way over there to see the other monitor. As soon as I fix the desk and figure out how to put new legs on it, will have an L shape, and I'll have 3 monitors in a cockpit configuration. But for the moment, I'm like looking over at another desk. Oops, embarrassing. Hey Vanessa, how are you doing? Welcome back, Husky. So thank you and all for being here. And mods, just try to hold down the fort. If anybody mega disruptive comes in, go ahead, and you know what to do. But if you ever ban anybody, like write down who it was, timestamp, let me know. But if anybody's just completely out of line, fire bill, right? So I think I've got the volume good on here. It should play by itself. Let me go meet C probe, or maybe he's on his way, and we'll turn off the webcam. We are taking. Oh, I have to put a note here that we're taking a dinner break. Dinner break. Back in. Oh, not in 45 because people don't know when I wrote that. What's 45 minutes from now? What time is it? This will play. I'm not ending the stream or anything. We'll just take a little break. So that'd be 8:05 something. I'm just gonna say back approximately 8:15. Yeah, maybe that's 45 minutes approximately from now. I'll try to catch it before this is over. So this is the Darlene 3 Fire Community Meeting. We do have live. I'll put it on real-time comments. If somebody got out of line, I'm sorry, I'm not in control of that. Hopefully they deleted it. But the people watching this stream commented on the side and asked their questions. So I think I've set it up so that see problem on the way. Hang on. I'll set this up. All right, here we go, friends. Back in a little bit. Darlene 3 Fire update for La Pine, Oregon. Community meeting from 3 hours ago or so.
Quiet, everybody. Hi, I'm Stephen Myers with the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office. I'm a public information officer. Welcome to the virtual community meeting for Darlene 3 Fire. We're going to get started at 4 o'clock, so we've got about 3 more minutes, so hang tight, and then we'll get going. Hello again. My name is Stephen Myers. I'm a public information officer with the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office Incident Management Team. I want to welcome you to the Darlene 3 Fire community meeting. We are virtual tonight, and we also have this streaming within our evacuation center at Lapine High School for people to be able to get access to information regarding the fire. I want to encourage you with this meeting to ask questions. You can post those in the comments. And we also have people that are posted at the high school to share questions with us. We want to make sure you know what's going on with the fire here, and we've made the people that are working on this available to provide that information to you. First, we want to start local, though. So here, I'd like to introduce Lapine Rural Fire District, Chief Doherty.
Good afternoon. We welcome all those folks online, and we're excited to tell our story a little bit and walk you through this particular incident. I wanted to start out with the incident itself. As you may be aware, it was Tuesday afternoon at about 1:20. The Pine Fire District, through the 911 system, received a call, along with some of our wildland partners out there, for a smoke report off of Darlene Way. And so our duty officer responded along with the initial apparatus, and he quickly recognized, which didn't take very long based on the column, and then when we got closer to the fire, that this was going to be a significant fire. We had high winds, and we had...
Okay, friends, I'm interrupting this. I was just putting on my shoes and socks to go to dinner. We have breaking news. There's an airplane in distress at Portland International Airport. Fire crews are assembling.
There's going to be a repeat of the alert 2 at the airport, 500 runway 28R, roger, a broken fuel gauge, plane landing ETA 7 minutes.
Okay, that's not...
For engine 2, engine 12, engine 30, truck 2, C3, C8. C8 has airport command.
I don't know what's exactly going on with the aircraft, but they just said that there's a broken fuel gauge. They may not know if they have any fuel on board or something, or enough to make the airport. It's unclear what the heck's going on. But that just showed up on my feed at Portland Fire and Rescue.
All fire equipment from Fire Branch. Our aircraft is the next one to land.
Okay, let's put on Portland Fire and Rescue and Broadcastify.
C3, go.
And if anybody knows of a live...
We have aircraft on short final with 156 volts on board, and this is a fuel problem. They may be losing fuel, or they just have a broken gauge. Stand by for additional update.
It's unclear if...
Okay, C3 copy. Heading for base, Alderwood.
It's unclear what's going on. So there's a lot of engines responding to this. Let me get the Broadcastify feed for Portland Fire and Rescue. This is like, wow. I imagine they'll just land safely, and it's probably a big nothing, but this doesn't happen every day. So let's try to tune in. The plane is landing like right now. So I'm gonna Portland Fire and Rescue. That what you were just hearing is my microphone being near my own phone. I'm gonna try to put it up for you guys. Okay, Fire and Rescue. What I have to go to Multnomah County. Sorry. Multnomah County. Fire and Rescue. Portland Fire and Rescue. Turning it on.
All Portland units. This is Airport Command. The aircraft's landed and rolling out smooth. You can slow to code 1. Stand by. I'll get it released as soon as possible.
Okay, we'll see if there's everything.
C3 copy.
Okay with the plane. Stand by. Let's play it here for you guys. Not just off my phone. Okay, we're listening to Portland Fire and Rescue for a second. Aircraft just landed that may be leaking fuel. It's unclear exactly what's going on. I'm trying to figure out how to.
85.7, you sign with me.
Okay, that's
negative 87. You can hold your location. Branch command. Comfortable with the recall, keeping the units from truck 85 and 86 and engine 80, and we can return all units.
they're keeping two.
Affirmative, we'd probably be good with ourselves and engine 80, and we're going to follow to Delta 5, which is where he's going to park. We're going to put a recall on this incident. We're going to leave foam truck 85 and engine 80 working. We'll recall all the units, and I'll clear all report units off too.
Phew. It landed.
I copy recall for the alert 2, holding foam truck 85 and engine 80.
We're going to put a recall on this incident. Aircraft flying is fine and taxiing to the gate.
Okay, phew. Yeah, that doesn't happen every day, guys. Pretty concerned.
Copy the recall of the alert 2 at the airport.
Just airport units working. All Portland units can return.
All Portland units can clear, airport units working.
If they're taxiing to gate, then there's probably their fuel gauge was just broken.
Right. Remains open. Please remain clear or call yourselves out with tower.
Wow, guys.
Semi-foot-7.
Is it Alaska? They haven't said which plane it was yet. I mean, not over the airwaves. So I imagine the news media will pick this up. Is it Alaska? And is it a Boeing?
334, party 2, Alpha fainting problem at the watermark at the Pearl,
I'm an idiot.
1540 Northwest 13 Avenue, Unit 1604, Class 1. Engine 3, Medic 334, party 2, Alpha fainting problem at the watermark at the Pearl, 1540 Northwest 13 Avenue, Unit 1604, Class 1, 1938.
So which runway is it? I could have looked at flight radar. Why didn't I? That's a Cessna citation. They didn't.
Information on the recall of the airport emergency for the Port of Portland. The airport units are continuing to work, and the Portland Fire units are returning to quarters.
Okay. We can. Thank you for your kind donations to. So we have pro version of flight radar 24.
Yeah, dispatch, I got a tail number when you're ready.
Tail number. Yeah. Okay.
November 368, November Whiskey.
Yes.
I copy, thank you.
All right, now we can figure out exactly what aircraft it was. Thanks to your kind donations, we can.
Engine 25, Medic 314, Party 2, Charlie Chestpain, 5104, Southeast Henry Street, Texas.
Okay, muting that. That's the rest of Portland Fire and Rescue. They said 145 souls on board, so it's not a Cessna citation or something. It already landed. Let's roll back the time. Thanks to your kind donations, we have the ability to do this. So let's see, it's in UTC time. Let's go back, 15 minutes. See who landed on runway 22 right. I think we did 15 minutes. Yeah.
Reconfirm.
Hang on.
Copy, my apologies.
There was an aircraft emergency here at PDX. Hey, thank you, Dominic Ware, for being here. Welcome back. I think I've seen you before, guys. So there goes a thing. We could find it by tail number, but it would be neat to just like see it come in and land. We'll be able to find out what airline is such immediately. So when it came down the pipe, it just said on pulse point aircraft emergency, and 1 million engines rolled out there. Portland Fire and Rescue joined the airport foam trucks. And they say, we don't know what's happening. Their fuel gauge is either broken and or it's leaking fuel, or they don't know how much fuel they have.
See it, go.
Okay, that didn't do much.
Go ahead and stand down, maybe, I guess.
Okay, we know what the tail number is.
ICS stood down, 1941.
368 and W. It's an A320. It's an Airbus, so I just lost my bet that it was Boeing. It's a
Engine
Delta.
11, Medic 320, Party 2, Delta breathing problem, 9611 Southeast Woodstock Boulevard, Parasauce 1. Stand by for the check-in.
Okay, mute the breathing problem thing. So, flight history though, it's not saying anything about today. Wait, that's sorry, that's scheduled ahead. It's 28th. Diverted to PDX. Sorry, I'm still listening to the radio. It's not about the airplane. So it was on its way to Salt Lake City, and it returned. It diverted back to PDX. So let's look at the replay the flight. I think we've got that ability. So it looks like it was just kind of southwest of Mount Hood, and it does. Actually, this may have happened pretty quickly after it took off. So it went over Troutdale, then it starts going south, and maybe over Malala, they realized they had a problem, or maybe from the get-go taking off. So they then do a wide loop to come back to the airport, sort of near Mount Hood. This is where the Riverside fire was in 2020. A burn scar, 3 links in Ripplebrook burned, and everything to Estacada in this area burned. So let's replay their flight. Why is the window a weird? Where's the play button? Like how? Okay, that's the zoom. Where's the play button? Technology. Play button is where we can't see it. There we go. That is more like it. Play. Actually, no, it took off to the west. It circled over the Cedar Hills. Right? Come on, just shows. Yep. Yeah, so it went and took off to the west. Zip. Zip. Went over Happy Valley, did a loop, and came back and returned the east side approach. Okay. If I didn't have my noise canceling headphones on, I may have been able to hear this because it had low altitude at 11,000 feet.
Engine 80.
Listen.
Frank, if you want to make contact with the pilot, appreciate it. Yeah, cockpit, take a walk up.
Okay, so the foam truck is still shadowing the plane. We still don't know if it might be leaking fuel. Maybe it's minor. It looks like pretty soon after takeoff, they knew something was wrong.
Code 1 to Dornbecker.
Code 1 to Dornbecker, 1944.
Okay, so sorry, we interrupted the stream for a emergency aircraft situation at PDX. It looks like it's under control. 145-ish people on board have returned to Portland safely, it looks like. The foam truck is still following them around in case they do have a fuel leak of some sort. Phew. Every once in a while, there's an aircraft emergency on the stream. We stopped to check that out. So I will be putting back on the Darlene Fire Community Meeting. And Urban says Dominic's my nephew. He wants to support the channel to give us higher numbers and keep it relevant. Thank you, Dominic, for being here. Sorry, somebody has a very similar name to you as yours, and so I thought maybe you'd been here before. But welcome everybody who has found us. We've got a lot of new people and more than 400 new subs, I believe. So thank you for helping out. So this was the Delta flight to Salt Lake City that has landed safely. Hallelujah. No sign or reports of anybody being injured. We will turn off Portland Area Fire and Rescue now. Go back to our regularly scheduled program. And there's always something weird that keeps me from eating my food. Always. If you want something riveting, exciting to happen, all you need to do is wait for me to say I need to eat or I need to go to bed. And that is exactly when 7.2 earthquakes happened, like yesterday. Oh, now I can go to bed after that. Nope, that's when obvious arson happens on the camera next. Oh, okay, I guess I'm going to bed at 2 in the morning. Oh, I think I'm going to go eat. Oh, that's an aircraft emergency at PDX. So this goes along with our theme of weird things happen to me. So I'm going to put back on the Darlene Fire Community Meeting. I going to rewind it a tiny bit for anybody who, I don't know how much we missed. I will turn off the aircraft emergency thing on my phone, turn on my own stream. If there's a problem like with audio or something happens or it freezes, I'll come back. It'll just take me a minute to walk away from dinner and go and fix things. But do, flag for my attention in the chat. I will be listening to it. I'll try to be enjoying dinner and talking to CPRO, who was so generous in cooking for me tonight again. Let me make sure our gotta change the times I'm going to be back. So the Pacific. Let's turn this back on.
Hello again. My name is Stephen Myers. I'm a public information officer with the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office Incident Management Team. I want to welcome you to the Darlene 3 Fire community meeting. We are virtual tonight, and we also have this streaming within our evacuation center at Lapine High School for people to be able to get access to information regarding the fire. I want to encourage you those in the comments, and we also have people that are posted at the high school to share questions with us. We want to make sure you know what's going on with the fire here, and we've made the people that are working on this available to provide that information to you. First, we want to start local, though. So here, I'd like to introduce Lapine Rural Fire District, Chief Doherty.
Good afternoon. We welcome all those folks online, and we're excited to tell our story a little bit and walk you through this particular incident. I wanted to start out with the incident itself. As you may be aware, it was Tuesday afternoon at about 1:20. Lapine Fire District, through the 911 system, received a call, along with some of our wildland partners out there, for a smoke report off of Darlene Way. And so our duty officer responded along with the initial apparatus, and he quickly recognized, which didn't take very long based on the column, and then when we got closer to the fire, that this was going to be a significant fire. We had high winds, and we had significant fuels, and we had a lot of infrastructure, housing developments and other areas at risk. And so he quickly recognized that hazard and began ordering the resources necessary to do what we felt was necessary to deal with the fire problem. We ordered initially resources from the Deschutes County Mutual Aid program, which brought in approximately 20 engines and about 50 personnel from both Deschutes, Cook, and Jefferson County. And they responded relatively quickly, or as quickly as they could, to our incident. We also recognized at that point in time that we needed to put some folks to work. And we also recognized that we needed to kind of step back and create an incident management system that was going to manage this fire. So thanks to our other partners that we have, which are numerous, but starting with Deschutes County Sheriff's Office, Emergency Management, the wildland agencies, the city, and a significant other portion of resources, we stepped back, and it was time for us to create a plan. In that planning process, we also recognize the potential issues that we might have or inability to handle this fire at the local level and even at the mutual aid level. And so we reached out to the governor's office through the state fire marshal's office, and we asked for help. And we got a very warm welcome, and that was a fantastic thing for us to hear, because we knew we had some aid coming. It was going to be a while, but we knew we had aid coming. And so we did the best that we could with our initial resources. A shout out to all the firefighters that first got there and all those folks that have been working since. I think they made some fantastic progress. I believe that we made some excellent stops through our initial effort. So again, we thank the community for all your support and your patience as we move through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, we're just so supportive and grateful to the local response, and thank you, Chief, for sharing the story of the work that was done here. In Central Oregon, as he mentioned, there's incident management teams that work on incidents like this, and so I have the incident commander, Vince Grace, with the COPPEROPOLIS Type 3 incident management team to share a little bit of their perspective.
Yeah, thanks. Following everybody here, I am Vince Grace, your incident commander, representing Central Oregon Fire Management Services. I'm a Type 3 IC, so what's that mean? It meant when we arrived on scene, it was an all-response fire based on what we were seeing. Big smoke column, lots at risk. So we're driving in the Pine, experienced many fires in Central Oregon, longtime resident and longtime incident commander of the area. They needed some help. They call us when it was being managed, a smaller unit with a wildland fire to begin with. It got big really quick. So we got called in as a team to support the escalating fire. What that meant is brought in a team of folks, and we brought in a unified command. So unified command, we work with many partners you're going to hear about today here, and it takes a lot of unified partners in Oregon State Fire Marshal, in joint command with them, unified command, working together side by side, making the decisions as one. A lot of heads together, a lot of representatives to support the community here at risk and to build the city. So some of the partners, Red Cross, Oregon Department of Forestry, I just want to name them all because there's a whole army here. Walker Range, the Pine Fire District, BLM, the Forest Service, which are part of us, COPPEROPOLIS, the Central Oregon Fire Management Service, the Redmond Fire District, Sisters Fire Department, the Pine Fire Department, Deschutes County, Klamath County, Sun River Fire Department, and I may even be missing a few, but there's a whole lot of folks here that have the interest of the town, life, property, and the resources all at stake. And what's that mean? We work together, unified command, to bring that safety to you as the public that we work for. We built the city here with a lot of logistical support, and the school welcomed us in. It was great hands. They welcomed us in, and we commend you for that. Used the school to build the camp, used the rodeo grounds to build our camp with showers and food to support an army of resources to better the community, to make it safe. So we still have that in place, and we will all the way through the duration as it starts ramping up and ramping down. So thanks for having us in your community, and I'm proud to support you.
Okay, in talking about the fire and where it's at, we now have representatives from operations that are working on this fire. So I'd like to bring up Robert Newey. He's with the COPPEROPOLIS Type 3 team and works in the operations section.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Robert Newey again, and yeah, first off, just to echo what Vince was saying is we couldn't have done this without all the great work done on the ground, firefighters, but then also the team, incident management team, but then the community itself helping to engage and coordinate and cooperate with our engagement on the fire. So really I'm covering the current situation, where we are at right now. And so just looking at the fire itself, it's 3,889 acres, 42% contained. Primarily across the fire area, we're working on primarily hazard tree felling around the perimeter, around primary roads, ingress and egress, and then also around those utility lines. It's really imperative that we open up those utility lines, working with those partners, so we can make sure that we're getting power back into the grid and get those folks operating 100%. So on the landscape itself, well, last thing, we're also working on significant mop-up around the perimeter itself. So again, the fire itself, if you're looking up here at the map, it's fully tied into roads and bulldozer line, 100% around the fire. We're calling it 42% contained at this moment. And across the perimeter area, we are working to attain about 50 feet in on mop-up standards currently. We're working to push interior on that. There are still numerous interior unburnt islands that continue to consume, and in this area we'll continue to see smoke being and burning material through for a while now. Something I want to highlight is, so on the first day of ignition, as mentioned by Chief Doherty, it really ran aligned with fuels and weather events. The next day, we had another significant growth. On that second day, we really had great success when we were able to tie that flame front into previous prescribed fire units and thinning units. This really allowed our firefighters to get in front of that fire and take significant action and be successful curtailing further growth. Lastly, I want to highlight that, and this is something I think we've had a lot of concern about, is the Lapine Cemetery. And the Lapine Cemetery on the northern area, I think everybody's familiar with that. Right in the area, we were able to keep fire and impacts out of that Lapine Cemetery, keeping fire and control lines to the south of that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, from the structural perspective in operations, Damon Schultz from the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office Red Team.
Thank you. Our team arrived here Tuesday night about 9 o'clock after the governor declared a conflagration. We were asked to respond specifically to protect the structures to the west of this fire line and to the north up in the Newberry Heights area. We were also asked to protect the critical infrastructure. Ended up being in the middle of this fire. We had some water tanks, substations, we had some cell towers and other infrastructure in this area that needed protected. So we immediately split the area into two zones, and we assigned people, one zone being the infrastructure and the side of the city limits and all the structures closer to the fire line. And the second zone was north, specifically in the Newberry Heights area, where between the two of them, they immediately went into assessing the structures. Assessing the structures is our way of documenting where the structures are and what we have for structures and how many hazards and that kind of stuff we might be running into. While they're doing that, they're also removing the fine fuel away from those structures that may cause a problem later if fire should get into that area. Excuse me. Specifically, we concentrated on the control lines that were already established around Reed Road and down here by the railroad tracks. Those were already in place by the local jurisdiction when we arrived. You notice they did a good job and they are still there. Then we went to do what we could to protect the infrastructure. We ended up being very successful in most of that, as well as all the other structures. I don't believe we've lost any residences, and maybe just an outbuilding or two. Thank you.
Thank you. And as was shared, we did have homes that were under threat, especially when this fire first got going. So we work with the Sheriff's Office. Fire works with them in establishing evacuations to keep people safe. So from the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office, I have Captain Schultz.
Good afternoon. I have two items to go over today. The area around the fire is closed. The roads are being monitored by multi-agencies in this area by deputies, Forest Service individuals, BLM, and County Road Department. Remember, we're doing this to make sure our firefighters are safe so they can get out there and protect us. The second thing, after consulting with our fire officials, the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office is lowering some evacuation levels. It's important to note that we should always remain vigilant as this fire is still ongoing. But the areas around Newberry Estates off of Roslyn Road, just east of 97, has been reduced from a level 3 to a level 2 to be set. The area immediately north of Burgess Road and east of the Little Deschutes River has been reduced from a level 1 to no evacuation notice. At this point, I want to thank the City of La Pine and the neighbors and the citizens in here for being very supportive of this to us, and also for helping the individuals that need help getting into the La Pine High School for services. And with me, I have one of our teammates from the American Red Cross, Morgan Schmidt, to talk.
The American Red Cross is still operating a shelter at La Pine High School. We want to extend a sincere thanks to Ben La Pine High for being such an incredible, Ben La Pine Schools for being such an incredible partner, and especially the La Pine High staff has just been incredibly welcoming and helpful as we've served our neighbors who need shelter. We have folks staying both in the high school in a shelter situation as well as in the parking lot in RVs and vehicles, whatever they're most comfortable with. Last night we had 36 guests staying with us, but since the start of the fire, we've had 97 unique overnight stays, as well as serving 275 meals. Many of those have been provided by community partners and local restaurants, thanks to Ola and Acme Hot Dogs for providing some of those meals for our folks. We are happy and thrilled to accommodate people's pets, so I want to clear up any confusion there's been about that. We will continue making accommodations for pets. We know they're family members, and we want to thank the pet evacuation team for supporting those efforts. Everyone who's been impacted by this wildfire is welcome at our shelter, and we will remain open until County Emergency Management lets us know that we're no longer needed. And I want to thank the whole community. We have so many partners that have showed up to support evacuees who are staying with us and receiving Red Cross services, as well as services from the larger community. If you're really excited to donate and just want to help, we want to redirect those donations to other places so that our volunteers on site can really focus on serving the people that are staying with us. But we thank you so much for that energy and generosity. If you'd like to support the Red Cross directly, please just go to our website, redcross.org, and you can donate there financially.
Thank you, Morgan. One final thought. I'd like you to direct you in the chat room. There are two very important internet sites that we'd like you to be aware of. The first, DeschutesAlerts.org. You can either sign up for a notifications or update your information. And the second one, more information on evacuation levels. Please go to Deschutes.org/emergency. Thank you.
Great message to share with the community. A good time to remember how you can get access to resources to know what's going on and keep yourself safe. I also want to use this opportunity to remind everybody that, as we're talking about in the comments, that if you have questions, please post them in there and we'll address them. If you don't get those posted during this live stream, we will go back in and answer those and try to follow up with you as soon as possible. I think we also have our fire information line in there if you need to call and have questions. With that, I'd like to have some of our federal administrators, starting with Lisa Clark from the Bureau of Land Management.
Thanks, Stefan. Hi, everybody. I'm Lisa Clark. I'm a Deschutes field manager with the BLM based out of Prineville, and I manage the staff that oversee the lands from northern Klamath County up to the Columbia River, and I serve as the agency administrator for this incident for the BLM. It's hard to believe that probably almost 20 years ago, I was sitting out down at the table with many of you looking at the Community Wildfire Protection Plan for the La Pine community, and it's been a nice thing to see out on the ground some of the fuels treatments that came out of the direction that we got as federal agencies from that CWPP actually having an impact on the fire behavior out there. I do want to mention a couple things here today while I have your attention. The first one is the BLM does have an area closure in place. These are really just for your protection. We know we're seeing some reductions in the evacuation levels. However, out on the line, we still have a lot of firefighters working, a lot of firefighters driving out there. We do have snags in some areas that could pose a public hazard risk. So for our lands, north of National Forest 180 Road on the south, going along Highway 97 on the east, the Paulina Lake Road on the north, and then coming down the Deschutes National Forest boundary on the east. The BLM lands within that are going to remain closed at this time. I know there's also a lot of questions about the investigation. It is ongoing, so I can't share a lot, but I can tell you at this point, due to some information that we've had from the public, from our firefighters on scene, our fire investigators, interviews that we have done, we do know where the origin is. However, finding the origin is just kind of one part of the entire investigative story. We are working with local, county, state, and federal law enforcement to continue our investigation, and as we have more information to share, we will do so. To kind of tell you a little bit about how investigations work, I can just go to a completely different scenario. We might have a fire that we think was started by a train. The fire starts near train tracks, and that's kind of our first assumption. We know where, but now we need to figure out the why and the how and the who. And so our investigators are going to look at, did a train go by at that time? Did we have a fisherman who might have been walking along the river looking for a new access point? Was there somebody riding the rails? There's a lot of information that's going to go into how we actually determine that statistical cause that will help our investigation go forward. So I hope to have more information to share in the future as to how this investigation is going. So I ask for your patience. We are right in the middle of it and continuing to work with our partners. Moving on, I just want to echo what everybody else has said. I'm so grateful for this community. I've been around in fire in Central Oregon for almost 30 years. The support that we receive, the pats on the back to the firefighters, it's been wonderful. Really appreciate it, and thank you very much. And I will turn it over to Kevin Stock, who is the agency administrator for the Deschutes National Forest.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Stock, District Ranger for the Bend Fort Rock Ranger District. We're in charge of the Forest Service land, basically north of Highway 31 and north of Wikiup, so surrounding the Lapine community. I wanted to cover a couple items. The first one is, like the BLM, we have a forest closure in place. That's just to allow our responders to finish the work that they're doing without having to worry about somebody coming in and possibly getting hurt in the area and diverting their efforts. So please honor that closure. You can go to the website for Deschutes National Forest or the Central Oregon Fire info for the incident. To find those details, roughly it is south of Road 21. So Road 21 is open into Newberry National Volcanic Monument, and the camping is open up there. We also opened up 6 Mile Snow Park, Ogden Group Camp, and McKay Crossing for first come, first serve camping. It won't be available on the website, but it will be available first come, first serve. Another thing I'd like to talk about is the coordinated response that happened on this fire, and especially related to the initial attack of it. Firefighting in Central Oregon, especially, is a team sport. I'd like to say that most of us call it the Central Oregon way, so the integrated way that state, local, federal work together and put aside all those different jurisdictions and things and focus on what's at risk and what can we do to protect those values at risk is impressive. And I think that coordinated response is something that we should all be proud of and honor. We've also had a great coordinated response from this team too, and I want to say that getting a nearly 4,000 acre fire wrangled in a couple days is a major feat, and they've done an excellent job doing it. The other thing I'd like to talk about is burn severity. Lisa touched on it a little bit. There's been a lot of work out here. I know these woods are very important to you. They're places that you recreate and go around. I would say that there is everything from low, mixed to high severity out there. In those areas where we've done a lot of work to build resilient landscapes, you will see that fire severity is fairly low. In some of those areas where we started that work and hadn't finished it yet, you'll get mixed severity. In areas where we haven't really touched them in a while, those areas were fairly high severity. So hopefully you'll see that a lot of the work that we've done has paid off, and I hope you soon get out there, get some normalcy, and get to enjoy your woods again. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And next we have Incident Commander for the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Office, Red Team.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ian Yoakum, and it's a privilege and honor to be in your community and to just talk a little bit about our Oregon Structural Task Forces and how our team responds. So as Lapine and the fire chief stated, using the mutual aid response, calling in for additional help right when that fire started, and then realizing we're going to need a little bit of help. Because they also have to respond to everyday emergencies. So when they called for the Conflagration Act through the governor's office and the Department of State Fire Marshals, it was minutes, and the governor approved that, and we were en route with two IR task forces, initial immediate response task forces, and those both came out of Marion County and Lynn County, and also our incident management team. We arrived at 9 p.m. We got an amazing in briefing. The Central Oregon team is prepared, is ready to respond, and as they gave us our in briefing, we were able to get right to work, sending our firefighters out for their first shift. In the morning, we had 4 additional task forces that came in, and they were from Clackamas, Clatsop, Yamhill, and Lane County. And all that represents 26 different structural fire agencies across the state. And that just shows you this coordinated effort that we have for the state of Oregon. Also, I'm just happy to report, and I think this is important, that we did not lose one home or resident on this fire. And we did that by making sure that none of our firefighters with any injuries, and that's important. These people come from their homes. Many are volunteer firefighters, professional firefighters. Marion County, they could be working on a tractor or a combine, jump on their fire engine, and come to support your community. And I think that's important to remember how our Oregon system works. So what does success look like? Success looks like control lines, and you've heard a lot of our wildland partners talk about that, cold lines, a line all the way around the fire, and as Deschutes County Sheriff's Office reported, all of the homes that are around the fire perimeter are now in a level 2. That means you can go home. So with that, that also means tomorrow will be the last shift for the Oregon Structural Task Forces, that they can go home to their fire departments and to their families safely. We are still, hand in hand in unified command. There are still hundreds of wildland firefighters here ready to continue to mop up, take care of that fire line, and make sure that they get this fire under control and out. So with that said, it is July 1st, almost July 1st, and fire season's just beginning. This is the first conflagration of the state, and I just want you to know that we are ready. We're ready to respond, we're ready to assist, we're ready to help our communities across the state. So please be safe and have a great summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Incident Commander Yoakum. And now from the City of Lapine, City Manager Jeff Wolfswager.
Thank you for that introduction, Stefan. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jeff Wolfswager, the City Manager for the City of Lapine. I want to brief you here on what has taken place with regards to the city's involvement, the status of the fire currently, and provide some insight as to how the City Council feels and my response to this. As you know, to the 26th of June, on Tuesday, the fire started at 1300 hours or 1 o'clock. It started just southeast of what we call the Huntington Meadows subdivision here. Our first concern for threat was along the east side of the industrial park. It never actually crossed into the city limits here. It did push north on that initial day, and then yesterday it started pushing east with the winds that we received. As of this time, no city infrastructure has been harmed by this fire. I'm proud to basically report that the coordination efforts of our federal and state and local partners have made this a huge success. The concept here is coordination, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention the coordination from my Public Works Department, which worked through the night and overtime to make sure that our reservoirs are filled, providing water to all the agencies responding to this fire, making sure that we had the suppression efforts in place. In addition to the coordination with Midstate Electric, making sure that electricity was provided to keep those pumps running and keep those tanks filled. I also want to thank the residents of the community here. I've had a lot of conversations with folks over the last 48 hours, and I'll return to that term of coordination. That's not just reserved for folks in the official capacities that you've heard from today. That's also applied to our residents. There's been a lot of coordination with all of you. I appreciate you all keeping cool heads, working with everybody, and all the stories that I've been receiving from you reaching out to one another. It's so representative of this community. You know, our title here, our motto is Small Town Strong, and I'm happy to say that you are Small Town Strong. So thank you from myself, Mayor Dan Richer, and the City Council. Be safe.
Thank you so much, Jeff. With that, that's our updates that we have for the community meetings this evening, but we want to get into some of your questions. So one more reminder that put those in the comments, or if you're at the evacuation shelter at Lapine High School, please share those with the representatives there, and they'll pass them along to here. So first, we do have some questions that we can address, so I'd like to bring up Lisa Clark again from the Bureau of Land Management.
All right, thank you. Stefan gave us some time limits, so thank you very much for the questions. I've got them, and this is my way of getting around the time limits that he gave us. First of all, the question was using my example of a train starting the Darlene 3 fire. That wasn't the case. That was more of an example of how we do a fire investigation, where we might start with a location and then work out to try to figure out what the exact cause was, that it might not be a train. It could be something else going in the area. I have so many Post-its here. This is great. The responsible agency. Yes, actually, I did not state that. I meant to do that. This fire did start on BLM-administered lands just east of Lapine, and then continued to move north and east from there and moved on to the National Forest land. There are questions about repeat fires in the area and how do we address those. One of the ways that we do those is by implementing public use restrictions. We get human-caused fires. On average in the nation, we get 9 out of 10 fires are started by humans. We take a look at what are those statistical causes in a particular region. We might start implementing some changes. In Central Oregon, we're taking a look at how fast fires are spreading, what resources are available, what does the weather look like for the next however many days, and then we kind of take a look at what changes do we need to do. As a result, we're going to be putting public use restrictions in place on National Forest and BLM lands in Central Oregon on July 1st. That will prohibit campfires at dispersed camps. Folks will be able to have natural gas, propane, fuel for cooking or lanterns, and that's it. So no campfires, no barbecue briquettes, things like that. That will go in effect on July 1st. And that's one of the ways that we look all around Central Oregon. We manage, the BLM alone manages 1.65 million acres, and so we're going to look at our fire starts throughout the area. Do we know the cause? At this point, we know where the fire started. We are continuing to investigate. There is a lot of information that I cannot share at this point as the investigation is ongoing. We do know that it is human. We haven't had lightning in the area, so we can eliminate that, and our investigators are at the scene working with evidence that they've collected, working with interviews, working with the community to narrow that down specifically. And again, as I said, I hope that we can share more information in the future as we come to resolution on that. Who can members of the public contact regarding homeless populations on BLM? I just want to address this maybe once because it's really outside of the objectives of the team that's here. They're here to suppress the Darlene 3 fire. The Forest Service and BLM, as you know, are dealing with a houseless population problem, similar to what the counties, states, and local cities are dealing with. If you have public that are staying beyond our 14-day camping limit on public lands, you can contact the Prineville BLM 541-416-6700. We can take the information, get it to our local law enforcement officers, and follow up that way. I don't want to focus a lot on that with this particular public meeting because, again, the goal of the fire team that's here is to share information about the Darlene 3 fire and to share the good work that they're doing and the success that they're having getting you back in your homes and back in your community. There was a question about, do we know how many camps in the area were burned? I don't have that information. One thing we do when we get a large fire like this is we bring on resource advisors. These are crews of employees from both the Deschutes National Forest and Prineville BLM that go out and assess a variety of damage that might happen, whether that's to cultural sites, to power lines, to trees, maybe there's special status species in the area, as well as to recreation or the camps or trash dumps that might be in the area. We're documenting that. I don't have an answer at this point. They haven't turned in their report. I think that's most of the questions that I have. Oh, look at that. I got Post-its everywhere. Are there any more for me while I'm up here? Not yet. Keep the questions coming. I'm happy to answer them.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lisa. Again, our goal here is to make people available to answer questions and provide information to you, the public. So I'd like to bring back up Incident Commander Yoakum to answer another question that we got online.
Okay. My question is, how many homes total were threatened? And in that level 3, level 2, there are approximately 1,500 homes that were threatened. And again, that's mostly along the Highway 97 area, in Lapine, and then also in that Newberry Estates. So that was our primary focus, and again, that's where we saw the threat, certainly with the heavy winds that we had on those 2 first days of that firefight. So approximately 1,500 homes, also critical infrastructure. In the inside of the fire, we've got a large rock pit with commercial buildings and resources and apparatus. We also had some water lines, cell towers, communication towers. So there was a lot threatened within the footprint, and again, to the east and to the north, and to the west, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Incident Commander Yoakum. Next, I'd like to welcome back up Chief Doherty from Lapine Rural Fire.
We've received a question: if the winds change, is Huntington Meadows at risk? Well, I can tell you we have solid lines around this fire at this point in time. If you draw a circle around that fire, there are some areas that could be at risk. However, we are managing that risk, first of all, by ensuring that we have the personnel out and the lines established. And then secondly, we continue to monitor those, and we have evacuation plans in place if that should actually occur. So just stay tuned to your media resources, but at this point in time, we see no direct threat to that particular development or housing in that region. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Chief. Next, we have Jeff Wolshager again from the City of Lapine, City Manager.
Thank you, Stefan. The question that I received is, will the mayor be speaking, and if not, why not? So this matter with regards to the city's involvement is purely an operational matter. I am in charge of operations and administration of the city and deploying those resources and assets, which directly relates to the suppression efforts that have taken place. So Mayor Richer and the rest of the council asked me to speak on behalf of the city. If you have any questions, you can contact me at City Hall Monday through Thursday, and you can go to lapine.gov and receive my phone number and email there. Thank you.
Okay. And next, I'd like to bring back up from Kaufman's Operations, Robert Newey.
Thanks, Stephen. So yeah, my question was, is more acreage expected to burn? So it is a wildfire, and current containment is 42% contained. We do have, as I mentioned earlier, we do have control lines around the whole entire perimeter of the unit. There could always be an undetected spot and outside the known control lines. However, at this moment, we have everything within control features. So we do have, with OSFM departing tomorrow, we still do have approximately 300 firefighters on this fire working to continue containment, increase the containment to control and mitigate those hazards and really continue mop-up operations. In addition, locally we have multiple lookouts that can see directly on this fire, and this is a great location from multiple fixed lookout buttes that we can look at, see this location, and see if anything is going to stoke up and move. Again, it's always possible that we have another start in this area or an undetected start, so we'll keep diligent on that.
Thank you. And next we have a question for Kevin Stock with the U.S. Forest Service.
Hello again. The question was, were there any impacts to wildlife or losses? We didn't see any, we haven't seen any sign of direct loss from wildfire. Most animals are well suited to getting out of the way of a wildfire unless it's really moving fast, and I don't think we saw those kinds of speeds, so we haven't seen any of that direct mortality. And I will say that Central Oregon is a fire dependent ecosystem, and most of the species here have adapted to living with fire and are able to adjust accordingly. You'll have changed conditions out there, and maybe an area that wasn't suitable for habitat is now suitable, and maybe an area that was suitable is not suitable. So those changes are out there, but I don't think it will be a long-term impact from what we saw with the burn severity across the fire.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, while we're waiting, we have a couple more questions that are coming in to get to our experts. I just want to remind you that if you're looking for information regarding the Darlene 3 fire, Central Oregon Fire Information is the best source for that. We also have in the chat, as they said, information for emergency resources from Deschutes County. So please stay tuned to those so that you're well informed on what's going on in the coming days. With that, I would like to bring back up Robert Newey from COFMIS Operations.
Thank you. Again, so the next question is, when's expected for Sunday, Monday? How's operations preparing? So right now, forecasted temps are in the mid and high 70s early next week, and really winds are not looking significant at this moment. However, in Central Oregon, we know that winds are predominantly driver for most of our fire spread in this area based on lack of topography. So most of our fires are wind driven. We do stay diligent on looking at those forecasts and staying ready for any unexpected weather event. Again, we have over 300 firefighters on scene right now and working to contain this fire, and we'll be preparing for unexpected weather events. Thank you.
Thank you. And next question we have is for Captain Schultz from the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office.
The question is, for future incidents, are there plans for traffic control on 97? Of course, every incident that comes up is fluid, and our resources are spent to those areas that need the most attention to right away. I also know that if we see an incident close to the 97, our deputies are in that area to try to control traffic to move forward, especially so we can get our fire personnel into that area to mitigate the fire. And one of our partners is ODOT, and they provide traffic control devices for us in that area and has been very helpful, including in this incident.
Thank you so much. And we got interested public and good questions that are coming in. I want to welcome up Lisa Clark from the Bureau of Land Management again.
Thank you. The comment was that there seems like there's a lot of chatter about homeless, but feel like it's not being addressed directly. And then there was a question focusing on cleanup of a specific area. We, as the BLM, don't have a lot of tools in our toolbox. Our policies and procedures are a little behind the times. We are working to catch those up. We are, as an agency, working to develop tow contracts. We're working to develop a statewide aggregate contract that would allow us to bring in boulders once we do clean up an area so that we're not just creating a place for additional camps to move in. There's a lot of things in the works. It's a big problem, and we are trying to develop tools for our toolbox that we can use to develop it. With specifics for areas, again, please reach out to our office. I don't have off the top of my head where our next processes are with respect to cleanups. We can try to follow up with you if you contact me directly. Again, Lisa Clark, I just call the front desk at the Prineville BLM. You can get directed to me, and I'll return those calls. Again, I really just want to focus here on the great work that's being done by the Type 3 team. They came in, we had a fast-moving fire, we had incredible support by aircraft. I know a lot of people in the community had a great view watching both air tankers load and return, as well as the Type 1 and Type 2 helicopters just dipping right out here on the side of town. It's been an incredible effort. There are a lot of contributing factors that the BLM as an agency is dealing with, but I want to just really kind of switch us back to the kudos and the gratitude that we have for the Type 3 team here.
Okay, with that, we want to be respectful of people's time this evening and really appreciate all of you that tuned in. If you still have questions or we didn't get to them this evening, we will make sure to respond in the comments or directly with anybody that calls our fire information line. Again, thank you for being part of this, and I think from the whole team here, you can hear we are honored to be working in this community, and the partnerships are what have made this a positive experience so far in addressing a fire that was pretty scary for this community. So we thank the community of Lapine and all the partners here in Central Oregon.
All right. Am I good or what? I timed this perfectly and just walked into the door, just washed my hands, and put on my headset and sat down in my chair the moment they were done. Thank you, mods, for holding down the fort. I understand there's a separate fire we got to look at. I was a bit disturbed by some of what I heard about there's a lot of, okay, I don't want to say a lot, but there is significant amount of comments in social media world rage against the homeless community. What? I timed this perfect. My God, that was weird. I totally forgot I was watching my own stream. I'm like, why am I hearing my own voice echo? I was watching on my cell phone. So, C-Probe, thank you for cooking me a meal. I had to reheat it up because we had that aircraft emergency. So, yeah, thank you, Husky. Let's look at the new incident. And I'm going to say this thing to curse myself, but my voice needs a longer break. That was good, 45 minutes though, but I just encourage everybody just to stay nice and calm and wait for the investigation to happen. If you have actual information, please share it with law enforcement, but it could have been a train or something, you know. We just have to let law enforcement do its job. The homeless are oftentimes targeted by people who are opportunistic, say, want to be serial killers. There have been some very disturbing videos, like security videos of people just walking up to the homeless with baseball bats and clubbing them in the head like baby seals back in the day. And serial murderers and the scum of the earth like that, they go after the people they think won't be missed or won't be investigated very thoroughly. The people on the fringes of society. And sometimes, often the homeless are victims of those who try to burn them out because law enforcement won't move their encampments. So they're victims oftentimes. We must remember that. So we have just looked at the Darlene Fire Community Update. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for 100% of it. I couldn't hear 100% of it. We will look at this situation. This is, what is it? This is a weird, crazy name. We're going to move on here. See, Jim Schaefer, hi, welcome. And I'll go back up. And hi, David Dillon, how you doing? Thank you for the praise that we're doing a good job covering the fires. My mods have been so on it too, to helping me. I'm trying desperately to not lose my voice. So I've been speaking, about 4 hours or so, but I did lose it completely the day before yesterday. And yesterday was a very long stream because of the earthquake happening just as I was trying to go to bed. So what I need is my voice to hold out for the coming days. This next week is going to be rough, especially for California and the heat wave, and it's just terrible weather and combine idiots with alcohol and fireworks. It's going to be rough. Yes, thank you, David, and thank you for coming back and seeing us. Good to see you. Jim Schaefer says, heard from a local that the fire started possibly from a homeless encampment. Yes, there's a spreading rumor rage thing that some are very vocal about. I think it's a vocal minority in La Pine. La Pine's pretty chill. But it started by the railroad tracks, and they just explained that. I couldn't listen to everything. I was munching on chips and stuffing my face as fast as I could so I could get back here to restart the stream. It's a lovely day in Portland, and I'm wearing this thing that's overheating. I thought it was cold. Like, I have curtains, so we have lows of like 50 degrees at night, but there was a high of like 84 or something today. It was perfect. So imagine my shock when I walked outside for the little mini picnic area that is out here where C-Pro brought me my chicken sandwich meal, and I was hot. I was wearing a coat. Because the other day it was a bit cool and rainy. So I haven't actually been outside, guys, for more than a week. ever since I got back from the dentist. So I actually don't know what's going on outside in the world, and I've developed coal miner's eyes, and now too much light gives me instant migraines. That's one weird side effect of FireStream. I can't look at screens unless it's pretty dark in here, so I've been year after year sitting in the dark most of the months of the year. It's an odd phenomenon, so it's weird how I get shocked that it's sunny outside. It's like I don't even really know. But I think the Darlene fire is going to be wrapped up quickly. The only real threat that I could see to it spreading again is a big thunderstorm coming their way. The next couple of days looks good. We just had an update on their containment. It went from 42-ish to 50. 42-ish this morning and 50, full 50 right now. So I have every confidence they're going to probably reduce all evacuations soon to just probably level 1. I did not hear about any homes being lost. It was weird. They said, we had structures threatened at first. Here, I'll hand the microphone to somebody else. And then that guy went on with his speech like he didn't mention what happened to structures. I really want to know, any of you heard during this thing, did they say if structures were damaged? They said so far no animals seem to have been harmed, really. It's weird, but if these two incidences, I think the one is not a factor anymore. See, what is this one called? The Loa something. Low. I want to take a break. I'd like to watch at least an hour of TV. I haven't had a moment to myself to actually relax or chill in more than a week, and I gotta stay calm and preserve my strength in my voice. What is this one called? David says if I could cover for you and you could rest, I totally would. Thank you. A lot of people have the sentiment, but and the will, but combining the technical know-how, the supercomputer, the super internet speed that you have to have, the knowledge, plus how to use the software to do broadcasting, plus the knowledge of how to use on the maps and stuff, plus like the no life amount of free time. Almost nobody has that. Lucky me, I'm just the perfect person to sit here, but I would love to have a co-host. I really would. What is this fire called, guys? The Lincoln? Yeah, Chris, what were you saying is going on? We've got the camera, but what is this fire and where? King City, what? Oh, there's a King City, California. There's a King City, Oregon. It really confused me. Okay. Zoom out. So it's southeast of Monterey. Okay. All right. Get the watch duty here. Now, the Basin fire is the thing that's got me up at night. That thing could just turn gigantically huge. They don't have a lot of good options for stopping it. The Applegate fire is looking just better and better. What? That's the airport fire. It's looking better and better. Where's Monterey? Monterey. Yeah. Lonoak. Lonoak. Oh, I'm butchering this. Lawn Oak fire. I'm going to go with Lawn Oak. And pouring cameras here. Moderate rate of spread. One structure threatened back 22 minutes ago. It's now 80 to 90 acres with continued moderate rate of spread. So what's this called? Or 00 Lawn Oak. And we possibly did have arson happen on the camera last night. It's one of the things where I didn't. Can I up my volume? I'm bouncing into the yellow. I'm bouncing into the yellow as far as my, how there's green, yellow, red. I think Lanark. Thank you, David. I cannot, otherwise I'm good at peak. I'm sorry. If you can boost your device, sometimes if you're on mobile, there's volume booster apps. and settings, and if you're on Android, go into developer options. Just Google that. I will distort if I go any louder. I'm sorry. It's as perfect as I can get that. So I apologize. Some devices have caps and stuff, and it's hard. So this is Monterey County. I would love to at least watch watch a favorite TV show for an hour and hopefully just go to bed early. And I have had no time to myself. I stream, I get up, I prepare for stream again, and then try to make a few phone calls. But I have a weird mix-up going on at the pharmacy where, like, they keep saying drugs are ready, and I don't recognize them. And I called, and they're like, they seem to confuse me with somebody else. And now they've edited my entire pharmacy profile, and they have like my primary care doctor is somebody I don't recognize. So there's a serious screw up there. I have to fix, and so I'm just doing crap like that every day. I'm not really rested at all for more than a week. So it's mostly farm here. Land you used to live in Visalia, right? So yeah, this is the east side of King City, and we got wind out of the north into the farmlands, irrigated road access. Okay, it'll probably try to climb the hills. So let's look at our camp. But now that I've just said that, I just cursed myself. Some new crap going on. Just like last night, I said, "Hey, it's 9 o'clock, guys. I think I can go to sleep." And then there's a 7.2 earthquake, and then what looked like clear arson on the cams. And I don't know if it was serious arson. Like there's different levels of it. It just means either fire and it, is not natural and it got out of hand. So there's something called reckless arson, and that is a stupidity with fire. And that is probably what we saw last night after what went on with the earthquake in Peru. And I'll show it to you real quick for those who have not seen it. But everybody, really be on the lookout, be vigilant, report all suspicious vehicles, activity, take pictures of license plates. If there's like a weird structure fire, film the crowd. The people who are excited by fire, the most dangerous kind, need mental health. They need to be in mental facilities. They will keep doing this until one day somebody gets hurt. And the frivolous, the youth, or, well, the stupid, bless their little hearts, who just think, oh, it's the grass on fire with our fireworks. Whoa, dude, it made a perfect circle. That was neat. They need a lesson and a reality check and some community service at least. But generally, the people who do this stuff repeat their behavior until caught for whatever reason they do it. Whether or not they do it for insurance fraud, or they have personal excitement like mental illness, firebugs, or whether or not they're just dumb and they've got their neat fireworks they want to show off. So, which canyon is that? Williams Hill. Okay, Williams Hill, excuse me. Fresno. I just lost my camera. I put it Williams Hill, not to be confused with Williams, California. Oh yeah, it was pretty subtle. There we go. This camera view I like better. We have a sharper image for the time lapse. This lasts 30 minutes. Whoa, undulation of the smoke. The smoke is hugging the hills and going up and down the hills. That is like a wind tunnel test for your aircraft or something. That's wow. And here in the last frame, you can see how it's the fire's climbing the hills, and fire will spread quicker uphill and with the wind, and that's both. So which direction are we looking at? north by northeast. If we're looking north by northeast, it's trying to spread east up higher into the hills. At least they've got good road access there, it appears. Let's see, Whaler's World, getting there. It's lower volume than the other channels. I'm sorry. Okay, what about now? Did it change? The volume better? Or right now? I'm not peaking, so how about now? If I go into the red though, or if I distort, just let me know. This is the best I can do. I hope this helps. So, let's see here. Chat, I'm sure I missed a bunch of chat. And thank you so much for encouraging David, and thank you everybody who's donated $1 or more to the laptop fund. We are getting there. We've had 2,300 views today. If 20% of the viewers give $1, we will have a high quality laptop in no time. And that won't just allow us to take the show on the road where I won't be caught unable to help like 2 Fridays ago. It'll be in my lap and I'll be able to draw on it, and I think I can multi-screen that way. And I'll be able to circle neighborhoods and say that one's in danger. The wind's blowing this way with arrows like they do on football games. There's a lot of, that'll improve the stream very well. It sounds better? Ooh, I just peeked there. Did was that distortion bad? It's a fine line. Sorry. Okay, so let's see what else we have going on. I don't know that we need to monitor this. It's going to irrigated fields and running up and down. The big concern, I'll show you the possible arson. I've got the screenshots over here. What I think was, and I'll have to rewind my stream and remember what the fire was called, but it was so weird things happen to me is a theme. And yeah, here it is, I found it. What are the odds that we're looking at a 7.2 magnitude earthquake? That's pretty dang rare in the Pacific Ring of Fire, and I just said that. Well, it's the Ring of Fire. You did not hear any distortion? Good. So just let me know if this level of volume is good. And I'll park it right there. So, and thank you for the feedback. If any of you guys have problems hearing, I want to accommodate anybody with any level of disability. I have auto-generated captions, which are going to get me in trouble. Like voice typing does not understand me. But it's better than nothing for the deaf. They're really used to it, right? But I need to spare my voice. We're gonna have a rough day ahead. So this is I want to show you. It's called the Canyon Fire. What are the odds that I'm talking about? It's the Pacific Ring of Fire. That's why we have massive earthquakes. We have more volcanoes here than anywhere else around the Pacific Ring of Fire. And then there's a new fire report, and I checked the cam, and this was on the screen. Weird things happen. It's just I should have my own playlist and story time about all the weird, bizarre coincidences that happen to me. Many of which, because I stream so much, are provable. They happen live. So, what do I think occurred here? I would just put money on some idiot goes to a boulder in the middle of the screen, puts the type of firework that stands upright and puts sparks all over in a 360-degree area. That's okay in the middle of a cul-de-sac on a paved road, not okay in the middle of a grassy field. And that would explain, because there's no wind whatsoever, the smoke column went straight up. That would explain why it just slowly spread in all directions at pretty much the same rate. Erie. They pulled up right away, walked around it, and put water on it. Just went in a circle. But that is not natural. There's no sign of lightning or any precipitation or anything. The first thing I did is check the radar. Somebody did that. No matter how they lit it, no matter what they did, whether or not they burned a tire in the center, though, somebody did that. In fact, no, we know it's not a tire in the center. We would have a bright glow in the center. It would still burn for hours. So my guess is fireworks. It's just that. That's my bet. I will see what. We'll try to research that. It's called the Canyon Fire from last night. So we'll put it 6:27. Big arrow on my timestamp here. Research possible arson. We did not listen to the radio, but I'll probably go back to Broadcastify and see if dispatch was saying something like suspicious activity in the blah 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 area, or what. Right? Yeah, the Johnny Cash fire. I said, guys, you know what song is in my head right now? Just go ahead and start singing it. Anyway, what do you guys think happened here? You guys ever seen anything like that? So here's the crew. You can't really see them very well, but they walked around the ring, starting from the top down to the bottom up the other side. Camera got blurry because the camera tried to zoom in on the fire crews to like show how they were working, and it got blurry. So unfortunately, we missed a lot of the action. I didn't save all of the blurry frames. This is what it looked like in black and white mode. It seemed like somebody was in charge of the camera. They flipped it to color for our benefit, and I'm grateful for that. Because this is all the heat and the light. We would have never known that it was like a perfect ring. Because light is the same thing as heat to an infrared camera. Within the next frame, the very next frame, so 1 minute later, it was this. So, but that ain't natural. We did get a couple of neat shots of them walking around in black and white mode. Let's see if I have one handy. Did it for you. That's a different thing altogether on the screen. Just bear with me. But friends, Husky, others, is there anything we need to watch right now? Yeah, here's the fire crews. You can see the little human outlines because human body heat is on the infrared. So they're dragging a huge hose like all the way down the hill, all the way around, and all the way up it. And it was a super easy extinguishment. Remember, this is heat and light, and hot smoke makes just a blinding white blob. But when they turned back to color, they zoomed in too much and lost focus. Like you could see the guys with their headlamps, but they're all just dragging a big hose. So it got frustrating to watch, but that ain't natural. That ain't natural. So we had a little mini update here on the Lanark fire. Am I saying it right now? It's 100 acres, moderate rate of spread per incident. Okay. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to try. David says it's a drip torch line. Did you just look that up, or they extinguished it with a hose walking the perimeter? But if that was an exercise and they didn't show us that, I mean, Watch Duty did not say, oh, there's an exercise. It was Canyon Fire. This is its acreage, blah, blah, blah. Let's see if we can see past incidences. San Luis Obispo County. It was right here by the coast. It's not their prescribed burn. Look. Resources are responding to a reported vegetation fire with a glow and smoke visible on the cameras. That's how we first heard about it at 11:20 at night. Fires of 1 acre in grass with slow rate of spread on the north side of the canyon with potential for 10 to 15 acres per arriving resources. It's a fire in Stanislaus National Forest, 23 acres. Look at that. Look, it was not planned. So after they hose lined it, it was really it was really moving pretty slowly and spreading out in the grass. There was no wind. The grass was probably pretty short, and that kind of explains that. It wasn't that ferocious. And they walked around it with a hose from bottom to top. It was pretty clear. It was just a guess. Oh, okay, yeah, you have to make that very clear. You have to make that very clear. I think that it might be because, yeah, people come in and out of the channel and spend a few minutes, come back, or they're walking in and out of rooms. So they might hear snippets and think, somebody lit my county on fire on purpose. What? You know? Yeah, we just got to be ultra careful. But yeah, it's good. It's good to have discourse about it, but we got to be super careful to not freak out the public. So I'm saying arson because that looks exactly like that. That is my speculative, educated guess. I will, if I have to, contact the county and see if they have an investigation or if they found a natural or accidental reason. What happens in the middle of the night on a hillside? That's an accident. You know? Reckless arson is stupidity with fire, I guess. It's fireworks or something. But it remains to be seen. Who knows? It started in the center of the hillside and went out in all directions at once, spread that way. That's so weird. So I don't use the arson word very often. I'm very, very careful with that. But since arsonists repeat their behavior until caught, generally, it's very important for the community to catch them. And even if this was a stupid teens with fireworks or stupid adults with fireworks, not intentionally doing this, but just dumb, they need to be caught too. You know, we had most of the, a huge chunk, I would say, from one waterfall, I can't remember the name of it, almost all the way to Troutdale, where the amazing green, still need more blood sugar, Columbia River Gorge burned on the south side. It jumped the entire Columbia River and started burning on the north side with the Eagle Creek fire in, I believe, 2018 or 2019. And that was just an idiot with a smoke bomb trying to scare tourists, and he threw it off a bridge, but it bounced into dry leaves. And then all the Columbia River Gorge 65-mile-an-hour winds came up. And all this fine old growth and all these historical buildings. They saved most of the buildings, but we could have had the entire Multnomah Falls Lodge lost to fire. That's unthinkable. It's one of Oregon's biggest tourist attractions. It's a turn of the century Model T era kind of project. It's a glorious, amazing place. We lost a whole lot of the trees that had just become old growth because it was logged to death up until the turn of the century. So we have to start all over again. Now it's prone to rock slides and it's still ugly as hell. It's just, we flew over it, Sue Pro and I, on Easter Sunday when we went past Mount St. Helens. It's just an ugly wasteland. And it's now prone for a secondary fire. And that was one idiot with a smoke bomb. And he had to be apprehended. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be calling the person an idiot, but he was an idiot at the moment. Right, it's a foolish moment. He's learned, but learned the hard way, right? He's expressed a lot of remorse, but he was having a very foolish, youthful moment that turned into a huge disaster. it will take a lifetime for the gourds to look the same way again. I'd probably be on my lifetime. So if you see anything that looks suspicious, report it. Better yet, take pictures of vehicles, license plates, and if there's a structure fire, especially with a crowd, film the faces of the crowd. That is how they actually did catch several of the arsonists that were running around in 2021 or 2022 around the Bay Area. It started with a series of suspicious fires where they all started about the same time. And then night after night, this stuff got repeated. And the same idiot was in the crowd watching every time. The people who are excited by fire, the firebugs, are usually pretty stupid. It's part of their mental illness. It's a low IQ thing, and they don't think ahead about the consequences of their actions, and that's a positive thing. They don't know how to evade detection, you know? They don't think about, oh, if I do this, I might get caught, therefore I should disappear, right? So you really can be a hero and help law enforcement apprehend somebody. Okay, is there anything we need to monitor? Husky, yeah, okay. You just saw the flames run on the cam, all right. On the Lone Oak. Yeah, it's the magic hour with dusk, so we'll see the fire very clearly right before it flips into infrared, and then we'll see through the smoke. You said that you just saw the flames run like 200 feet. Actually, they were already over here, like when I had paused it. See, like if you go back 15 minutes, see how they're already here, and in some of the frames prior, the smoke just obscured it. So I think it came over the ridge and it became more visible, but it is spreading pretty fast. I mean, moderately. I mean, I agree that it's moderate, but we'll know as soon as it flips into infrared, which will be any moment now. What California sunsets, man, I miss those. Oregon is boring. Dirty True Rat says, I think it's neglect, like fireworks or something of the sort. Yeah. I would put money on reckless arson, the stupidity with fire, but you never know what somebody's intent is until they're caught, right? So I do not use the word lightly, but the community being informed about risks and keeping their eye out is the best way to catch these folks. So when there's obviously something suspicious, we should do our part, and I will do mine to figure out the best I can what's going on. Is there an investigation, or has the cause already been found? And they'll say whether or not one's been opened usually. They won't really comment on it. But if they haven't opened one and they've got a perfectly, I don't know, rational explanation, like it was a drill and we forgot to tell the alert wildfire people on watch duty, like, I don't know. If there's some other explanation, then we'll all breathe a sigh of relief. In the meantime, keep on guard. I believe we'll have a lot of fires break out because of the weather and over the next week and stupidity with fireworks, because it's going to be hot, dry, and windy, right? California has the most populated state. There's millions of people, and so there's a higher percentage of idiots. Every village has a certain percentage of idiots. So when you get to millions of people, the percentage is a lot more idiots. So while fire crews are busy, that's when they come out of the woodwork. Those with evil intent. We've seen it before. So that's when the community can help the most. Don't be a vigilante. Don't try to make a citizen's arrest unless you actually have to, and you know what the heck you're doing, like if you're an ex-cop or something. But film the scene as much as you can, license plates and the like, from a distance, but let law enforcement handle stuff. That's the best way to go about this. And just report if any weird thing is happening, like, suspicious vehicles. Live on the stream last year, somebody was running up and down I-5 in the Myrtle Creek area, And 911 calls kept coming in that a certain vehicle was pulling over onto the side roads off of I-5 on going northbound, going into the dry vines and kept lighting fires on purpose. Then a new one would show up further down the road to the north. I never got an answer as to what was happening that night, but it was 4 or 5 fires, separate ones that appeared on mostly the east side of I-5. This stuff happened, you know. But somebody got a vehicle description. He even got a description of the flashlight that the lad was holding. He had a green flashlight. I'll never forget that. But nobody got the plate. So I don't know if they ever caught the person or what happened. I'll try to find out. So let's see what the last 5 minutes is of this. I just don't see anything threatened. So I'm going to take a break, guys. I'm going to restart the stream tonight if there's any crisis, right? I'll handle that myself. You don't have to stay awake, mods, or anything. Get your rest too, but I have to save my voice. I'm going to end it here. And we got to save our strength for the coming days ahead. I got to wrap up personal affairs desperately. Try to find out how much money we raised. It's hard to round it all up. And thank you so much, friends. It's coming in for Venmo and PayPal and even mail, you know. If you guys can hit the like button on the way out, that's awesome. Hit subscribe with the ring bell if you ever want to hope to find us again. We go live whenever there's a crisis. We're live almost every day through red flag or heat wave weeks. And we monitor the situations live. We don't just cover one. It's wherever we're needed. Wherever the bat signal is shown. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everybody who's donated. Thank you for being here. Thank you for contributing. Thank you, new people, for showing up. The way we spread is word of mouth. There's a share button. Share to your own social media is the best way. And then directly text somebody with it who you think might benefit from the channel, and especially if they're older, help them learn how to subscribe and find us again. When you actually search for live wildfire tracking, there's a filter button, and you can filter by live streams in YouTube search. It'll vary by device, but there's a button that says filter. That's how you find us. Even if you type in live, it's stupid and it won't do it, but anyway. And thank you for being here, Husky. You've been awesome too, and so has everybody else. Like, too many to name. I gotta go, otherwise something will prevent me. So, good luck, everybody. Saving my voice. Remember, when you've done all you can do, relax. Make sure, walk your perimeter. Make sure your home is prepared. Drill, baby, drill. Practice some fire drills. See how long it takes you to evacuate. Just start a timer on your phone and press go. See if you can shave off 2 minutes and re-practice, and let's go and get the kids involved. That's the thing that takes away fear. If you already know what to do and you've already practiced it, and in the moment of crisis, then you can be the leader too. And you actually won't be afraid. Not like, oh no, what do I do? Right? If you're prepared, you just won't be that. You just won't be that freaked out. You'll be cool. So once you've done all you can do, then relax. And we'll be here. Thank you, friends.